everyone, Shoe Nice again. Welcome to KC is Raw YouTube channel. Gaming, hunting, and flea marketing. If you don't like and subscribe and share his channel everywhere, I will see you in your nightmare. Thank you. Enjoy the show.
The following announcement has been paid for by Casey is Raw. What up, guys? My name is Casey is Raw. Welcome to Saturday is Raw, episode 74, part 2. Originally, I wasn't going to do this, but while I was game hunting, I was talking to the road through my streaming, and we decided to go ahead and do a part 2 today. So, thinking what's a good idea while we're going to wait for the row to show up, so we did the review of the pay-per-view. There are some breaking news. They have announced where the new where WrestleMania will be. It'll be at Las Vegas for both WrestleMania for April 19th and 20th. So they're continuing to do 2 nights, and I think that's smart. There's the logo. I really like the logo, especially with the neon. And look at that. They had the 41 right there. And just looking at the press release right here. So it's not a bad idea doing the Allegiant Stadium. You know, honestly, to go to this one. I mean, it's not too far from me. I mean, it's a trip, but I'm willing to go to Las Vegas, especially if I have someone to go with me. That'd be even better. But I mean, let me make sure let me move me around. There we go. That's better. You can see it a little bit better. I love how it has the military diet right there. Won't let me get away from it. But yeah, that's that. But let's see. Let's go to the shows. Let's see if it'll bring up BackLash right here. There's BackLash. See if there's any pictures. Cody is retains as champion. There's clips though. I don't want to hit clips because that would get hit with copyright. There's Tiffany Stratton right there. Well, you know what? Well, I have an idea. Here's the link. I'll send you it again, Rose. I sent it through Skype. But I'll send it to you again. Maybe I didn't. I don't know. I probably did, but there you go. Nope, wrong one. My bad. Sorry, give me a second, Rose. I'm an idiot. Give me 2 seconds. I just gave him the link to the show, and now I'm talking about what the link to the YouTube show. But I send it to him now, the actual link. But maybe let's go to Wikipedia for Backlash. Where is the wiki on that? I'll put. There we go. There we go. Oh, are they calling it officially Backlash France? I thought I didn't think that was the actual subtitle, but I guess that's what that is. But I got that set up. Me and the Rose, we decided to do something kind of funny. I just found something out watching Foulmouth Ken with Tommy. Uh, I figure after this, maybe we'll review Tommy's product because Tom, and I think it'd be funny to watch his stream and we can react to it. Hopefully, he doesn't think about taking me down. Like, come on. But let's cool back. No, artwork. Can you zoom further? Maybe I can do that. Nah. Zoom. No, what? Hold on. Can I do that? I guess that's as good as you can get right there. That's stupid. I don't know why I can't zoom into that picture that close. Let's see. Oh, the Rose is right here. What's up, Rose?
What's up, bud?
Uh, how's it going, man?
Doing good?
So, did you? I assume you finished watching Backlash, right?
Yup. Sure did.
So, how do you enjoy it?
It was all right. The only match I really didn't pay much attention to was the women's tag match.
Eh, didn't really miss much, but like I give the altogether an 8 out of 10.
Yeah, I'm probably right there with you. Maybe 7.5, 8, somewhere
Yeah,
in there.
it's pretty good, but like I said, it was pretty predictable card.
Honestly, it was. Like, obviously, Bailey wasn't going to lose. Cody wasn't going to lose. The only, like, the first match, you thought, especially with the opening of that match, you
Mm,
thought the Bloodline was going to lose. But after
mm,
losing at Mania, after Roman lost the belt, and
yeah,
and Jimmy lost. You figure they're not gonna pin another loss in the bloodline.
and now you got a new entry with was it Toma Loa?
Tonga Loa, Toma's
Loa.
brother.
I really thought that was Jacob Fought too. I'd never heard of that other guy. So then AJ was telling me no, Jacob Fought too is fatter and he has threads. And I looked at it, I was like, oh, he's right. It's not him.
Yeah, Jacob Fatu looks more like the Usos but bigger.
Yeah. So, we're gonna look at the card and give our opinion. I believe this is actually in order. You got the Bloodline versus Kevin Owens and Randy Orton. Originally, I was thinking maybe Kevin Owens and Randy Orton. Then I thought, you know what, the new Bloodline really needs a win, and I thought maybe they'll have Jacob Fatu interfere, but they have, how you pronounce his name again?
Loa.
Yeah, interfered. So I thought it was a good match. I thought it was a great street fight match. I mean,
They were like, "Oh, we're gonna have to cancel the match. We can't maintain order." Blah blah blah. And then Nick Aldis comes out. He goes, "You know what? You guys want to fight? He goes, you want to stun the referees? You want to stun the security?" He goes, "This match is now no disqualification, no count out. Anything goes. Do what you want." And the whole crowd just erupted.
I don't know if you watched my stream at all, but I had Joe Compton on the call with me for the whole show.
I didn't watch your stream at all. I was sleeping, remember?
Well, I thought maybe this if you watched it later, but
I just finished watching Backlash like a half an hour ago.
but yeah, I had Joe Compton on the call with me, and he made a good point. I couldn't listen to it because obviously for copyright reasons. And he brought up the point, the bell rang. I was like, why are there referees and like trying to separate them? Like, it's a match. Like, if you want to disqualify them, go ahead and disqualify them. But why is the referees out there trying to separating them? But that was a good match.
Yeah, it was fun. The match, that match was pretty wild. I would say
Yeah.
It was definitely contender for match of the night.
Yeah. Then you had Bailey versus Naomi and Tiffany Stratton.
That match was all right. The main problem I had with that match was they kept going for pin covers. They kept going for a pin like every 5 seconds in the match.
Yeah, like where the reversal into a pin. Like, yeah. But and Tiffany Stratton, she's hot as hell, but she does some of the stuff that I don't like. Is like all the flips are flippy floppy. See, people likes to knock AEW about they're flippy floppy. Well, not as bad as the women in the WWE. You see them flippy floppy all the time. Like they'll do the fucking back cartwheel or whatever into and the elbow into the corner. I hate that shit because that elbow has nothing coming on with it, you know? Like how's that elbow gonna actually hurt you?
Yeah, it does.
But I was thinking if there's a chance of a title change, I think it was gonna be Tiffany Stratton, but I was pretty sure Bailey was going to retain, and I was correct.
Yeah, you knew Bailey. Like I said, Bailey wasn't going to lose her first title defense after Mania. Damian Priest, you think he could have lost, being that he's a paper champion and all, but the Judgment Day was out there interfering, even though he told them not to. And they did it anyway. But I do like that they showed more cracks in the
Judgment Day.
In the Judgment Day, like they're definitely going to split up soon.
Well, they might have a rematch because Damian Priest might say, you know, he wants to probably fight him one-on-one without any interference. And
yeah, honestly, what they should do is they should, Damian Priest should go out there and say, "Look, I watched the tape back. I saw that they interfered, and I told them not to. I want to prove that I can beat you one-on-one in another title match."
Yeah, so it looks like you said. There's cracks in the Judgment Day.
Aren't they going to Saudi at the end of this month, they could do the match then.
I'm not sure. Yes, you're right, actually, because
The King and
also,
Queen of the Ring tournament is starting on Monday.
yeah, and here's the thing. What I'm hearing is with that. What was that? Not was it the Nightbird uh Q code Q barcode deal? It teased uh the Saudi show as maybe they're gonna make an appearance there. You
Maybe.
figured you figured they should have been tonight, or like why do it in Saudi? Like, are they gonna care in Saudi Arabia about the the Wyatt Six?
Well, the thing is, the WWE has to treat the Saudi shows like they're big deals, even if we don't think they are,
Yeah.
because of that exclusive, contract. Which I'm wondering if once that contract is expired, if Triple H renews it or TK
Hey,
renews it.
well, I mean, they'll probably want to. Uh, well, it's not up to Triple H. It'll be up to TKO or Endeavor or even Nick Khan. But let me say hi to a few people. We got before we had the Rose. Now we have Steve Callen who left a comment in the chat, and we got Tour Capture, and now we got Devious Dave Rose on the in the chat.
Going on.
But it's up to either TKO or maybe Nick Khan, because if look at they're making business sense moves. I mean, they're cutting dead weight and they're making like obviously money from Prime being a sponsorship. So if they're getting what I thought they're getting about 50 mil every show.
That's a lot.
Like,
50 million a show. That's crazy.
yeah. I'm sure that's what it is. Let me see if I can look it up. If how much for the Saudi.
Oh, the Saudi shows. Yeah, I can believe that. I thought you were saying like every pay per view they put on was 50. They're getting 50 million.
No,
I don't think so.
how much does? Yeah, that's what it says by what Microsoft Bing says right here. It says about $100 million per year because they have the two
Two shows a year.
show.
Yeah.
It says each event is worth between and $55 million in the payment. So that's quite a bit of money for. If I was TKO and they're making good money, why stop? I mean, they're definitely getting. That's their biggest payday outside the TV rights deal. You know. So
The only reason I would think they would stop is because maybe the WWE doesn't want to do it. Or not the WWE, the talent doesn't want to go out there. Like
well, it's not.
Sami Zayn. Sami Zayn's not going to go out there.
No, that's not true. He went up there recently because the whole thing with his nationality in that country it was resolved. So he went up there the 2 years ago when both KO and Sammy had the tag team belts.
I must have missed that one then.
Yeah, because he made that show because everyone said that he no, they thought he was going to lose those battles because the Saudi shows, but nope. But let's go ahead and go back to this one right here. So I was kind of hoping Jay Uso was going to win. I think it could have been good timing for him to do it. But I was pretty sure Damian Priest was going to retain because you don't want to lose your belt on the first match.
Yeah,
So
but like I said, the only reason I would have been okay with him losing it, or you would think he would lose it, was because he didn't win the belt. He didn't win the belt by conventional means.
that's true. That's a great point.
He used the briefcase.
Yeah, that's a very great point.
So that's what I was saying. Like if he lost, it wouldn't have been like a major deal. But I'm thinking, obviously, I think the Judgment Day is going to cost him that title. They're gonna, they're obviously infighting now.
Yeah.
I could see them breaking up, or they go to interfere in another one of his matches, and he gets sick of it, and he gets distracted by their interference, and he loses the belt.
Tour Capture is asking, is there any update on the Wyatt Six? There was a QR code that happened during the pay per view, but what I'm hearing, there's a hint at something about with the Saudi show at later on in the month.
Well,
So
Eric Rowan did re-sign with the company, so
yeah,
there's that.
yeah. And now you got Braun Strowman is, I guess he's cleared now. I guess.
He'll be coming back too.
Yeah. So a lot of things. I mean, it's looking like it's getting closer. But go back to this one. Go back. Okay, so next is Bianca Belair and Jade Cargill versus the Kabuki Warriors. I still say that sounds racist.
This is the one I didn't really pay much attention to. I could have paused. Obviously, could have paused Peacock because it wasn't live.
Yeah.
But I said, yeah, I already seen one women's match. For me, that was enough.
It wasn't bad, but
I got up and I put my dinner in the oven.
I was pretty sure that Bianca Belair and Jade Cargill was going to win because the Kabuki Warriors had the belts for a little while. So I figured, like,
I could tell you why they lost.
I heard they're going to go to Japan for a little bit.
I didn't hear about that, but maybe that's why they kept the belts on them. But I could give you another reason why they lost.
Why?
Why the Black Attack lost? because
No,
they
the Black
because
Attack won.
the the Kabuki Warriors lost at WrestleMania.
Yeah. Did
So,
they?
yeah.
Oh yeah, that's right. They lost but it was a 6-woman tag team match, right?
Right, and the Kabuki Warriors lost.
Yeah.
There was no way they were losing their belts today. It's that 50-50 booking scenario, you know?
Well, they did lose the belts today. Bianca Belair and Jade Cargill won the belts.
Oh, they did win. See, like I said, I really didn't see
Yeah.
the match.
No, so I was predicting they would win because the Kabuki Warriors had the tag team belts for a while. But
Plus, you want to establish Jade. You want to
yes,
establish Jade as a more of a threat. So you want to have her, win a title sooner or later, even if it's like an entry level belt.
I agree. And then the main event, I figured it was going to be the match of the night, and I think it was the match of the night. It was Cody Rhodes versus AJ Styles.
Yeah,
Where,
that match was good. The only
where
thing I can
Cody,
tell you right now about Jade, the only thing I didn't like in that match was the commentary. How Michael Cole kept saying, "Oh, this is Jade Cargill's first championship match. She's not really familiar with this kind of, in this territory." And obviously, I'm thinking to myself, obviously they're not going to mention AEW, but obviously, we knew who she was, and she was a champion
yeah,
there, and won
for
60 straight matches. So I'm thinking to myself, like, she's really not new to the championship scene.
That's true. Bam says I was all hot for Jade, and he wanted her to choke him. Choke me. I didn't. I mean, I thought Jade was hot out of all of them. Like, but yeah, I mean, but I'm not into that where someone's choking me. Fuck that shit.
You don't want to be dominated, Casey?
No, not like that though.
Why not?
You just don't. But I thought it was pretty obvious. I didn't see Cody losing his first title defense. I didn't think it was.
Cody was definitely not going to lose. Even though there was a report that just came out the other day that said that says Triple H doesn't really have plans for Cody's title reign.
Twitter capture saying Jade is way too fast in a championship match and winning it. I understand they're trying to storm look of an X-Men. Yeah, she did have that look of Storm. That's
I'm all right with her winning the belt, to be honest.
Yeah, I'm okay with it too. I wouldn't predict it if I didn't think she was gonna able to win it. But Randy Viper says Cody is a B plus player that he wants Roman back. No, I didn't ignore your comment, Randy. I just saw that and I wanted to bring that up first. But
people are souring on Cody's title reign so fast. Like, what do you expect the guy to do with the belt when he just won it?
Yeah, I mean, it's his first title reign, so if he's not going to be Roman Reigns, but I think he's doing a good job. I mean, dude, he kept that that hot front, hot momentum since he came back at WrestleMania 38. He says that France crowd was the best thing about that show. I thought the show was good.
That crowd was hot from start to finish, though, I will say. The one thing, though, that annoyed me about the crowd was obviously I don't understand French, so I couldn't understand like half of the things they were chanting.
Yeah. But
I tell you what, hearing French people sing in English, even if it's not their first language, is pretty funny. They were barely able to keep up with the lyrics of Cody's song.
Oh, really? Well, that's pretty much it. Triple H likes has his match card very small. I mean, I prefer it having a few more matches, but I mean the shortest match was 13 minutes, and that was Bayley versus Naomi versus Tiffany Stratton match. And I really thought the other women's match, I thought that was going to be less than 10 minutes. But
I would have liked the match card for a 3-hour show to be at least 6 matches long. I know Triple H doesn't really like to go past 5 matches for whatever reason.
Yeah.
But I think the card could have benefited from maybe one more match.
Or at least have a pre-show match.
It was like the Intercontinental title wasn't on the line.
That's right.
The U.S. title wasn't on the line.
Yeah.
Neither one of the tag titles were on the line. Like, they could have at least booked something there.
Yeah, I agree. At least one of those other matches. I mean, that's why I say we still should have the.
Like, even when Vince was good at booking the shows, we're talking about 25, 30 years ago almost, right?
Yeah.
But even when he was good at booking the shows, the 3-hour show still had about 7 matches on it.
I can understand, like, when AEW has, like, 10 or 12 matches.
I don't like too many. A pay-per-view does not need to be 4.5 hours long, especially when AEW does put on a pre-show with at least 2 matches on it.
You know what? I mean, I'm not gonna knock them because hey, you're getting your bang for your buck, you know.
Yeah,
Well,
but it's too much wrestling. I can't sit through that all at one time, man. It's too long.
yeah, I mean, we had longer. Gotta remember when WWE was having WrestleManias that are lasting what 6 hours, and that's minus the pre-show. If you add the 2 hours for the pre-show, it's 8 hours of
That's what
that
I'm
show.
saying. It's too long. Too long. It's too much to sit through at one time.
Well, imagine the people sitting in the marina or stadium. Like that's even worse for them. They're bringing tour captures bringing up about the speed championship.
I don't like
He's
that
like,
championship. I really don't care for it.
I don't care because it's on X. I don't watch anything on X. So, but Ricochet is your first WWE Speed Champion. It was known a week ago, but I didn't want to spoil that to anyone. But people already, already posted pictures of it.
How long do you think that the WWE speed thing is going to last on Twitter?
I'm gonna give it about the same amount of time as the 24/7 belt, maybe
About a
less.
year? 2 years?
Yeah, I say a year to two, and then they'll give up on it. Maybe one season of it, maybe 2 seasons, and then when they give up on it, it's definitely not for the long haul, you know. I mean, yes, 3 minute matches when they're like just like athletic, yes, it's fine. And it's like Randy Viper just said, speed is a 205 live 2.0. I mean, that is a good comparison. I mean, yeah, 205 live had great wrestlers, great wrestling, but no one wants to sit and watch it because by the time that comes on, how much wrestling you already watch between WWE and AEW? Do you even think to want to watch 205 live?
No, I didn't. I think I watched it maybe 2 or 3 times in the year or so that it was on.
And that's the same thing with NXT now. Like NXT used to be the show to watch
Yeah,
before they.
I don't watch NXT either. I don't even watch the pay-per-views anymore.
I don't either. I mean, I'll try to sit and watch the pay per view. I'll probably watch their next one when they're going to the UFC building. But because I'm hoping they're actually going to perform into the octagon. Hopefully, it'd be interesting. But yeah. So let's see. Randy says thoughts on Mania going to Vegas and poor Minneapolis. Well, my opinion is that
I'm not surprised.
I was hearing Nick Khan didn't want they didn't want any more cold weather WrestleMania arenas anymore. They want to follow the formula of the Super Bowl. Uh, what they do, where they either go to warm weather stadiums or dome stadiums. They're gonna adopt that. So
So in other words, that means MetLife Stadium is going to be fucked, and
yep, and
Philly's
Philly
not
won't.
going to get another WrestleMania. We're not going to get one in, say, Boston
Philly,
or Foxborough. You won't
nope.
see one anywhere up in the north.
Unless probably if you have a very good payday for them, you know. Randy Viper says, "Isn't Minneapolis covered stadium? U.S. Bank? Yeah, I believe they do have a dome. Not saying Minneapolis.
The Vikings do play in the dome. Yes,
Yeah, uh, so that's not. I assume Vegas just won the bid. I mean,
I like the logo though, with the cards, with the
yeah,
cards and everything.
yeah, the
The
neon look.
WWE logo card says 41 on it. I think that's pretty good.
Yeah,
They're
Yeah,
not using. They're not using. I don't know if they're going to use the.
Roman numerals.
Yeah, I don't know if they're using the Roman numerals this year. Based on that logo, it doesn't look like it.
Nah, I like after XL, like it's just gonna be harder to keep up with it. You know,
Right.
you have to learn how it's like you had to probably look up Roman numeral for like didn't
I'll
you
be honest
say
with you. When I was titling my watch along stream that we simulcasted for, I didn't remember
yeah.
what the Roman numeral for 40 was. I had to look it up.
Well, the only reason I knew the Roman numeral for 40 was because when Super Bowl 40 came up, it was XL. I was like, I thought for a second, why are they calling it XL? I was like, is it because like it's extra large? But no, it's because that's the Roman numeral. But I don't know. But I do like the new look. But you know, I figure well, I guess I could bring up WrestleMania 41 on here.
It's
People
late
maybe
next year, dude.
what?
I said WrestleMania is late next year.
Not too late. I mean, it's just a couple weeks later.
Normally, it's the end of March or the very beginning of April. This year it's April 19th and 20th. It's in the second half of the month.
Yeah, Eh, it is later than usual for sure. That is the guys. This is officially the new logo for WrestleMania for next year. I do like the neon look, the neon light look,
Like I
and
said, I like the poker cards in the background of the logo.
yeah,
Although with the last logo that we saw, I did like the poker chips and everything, but I think that was a little too close to AEW.
yeah. Well, I like this one, but I think the Soul Monster was talking. They were talking going between one Minneapolis and WrestleMania at Vegas, and he said he was thinking it's looking like leaning more to Vegas because it looked like uh, Minneapolis was going to win it, and then I guess the whole thing with Vince happened, and then when Vince stepped down, Nick Khan he had to take the Philly show. That was what he said. Been called that he inherited the Philly WrestleMania. And so after that, he wanted to go warm weather stadiums. So that's probably why he changed course to go to Vegas.
What's
But
going
I'm
on
sure.
there, Regalo?
So, but I mean, they brought up a good point. The Minneapolis has that dome, but I mean, there's still a chance during the summer, during that time frame that they might have snow. You know,
Yeah,
but
that's true. That's possible.
because do you want to go to WrestleMania and you have to deal with bad weather or even snow to get to WrestleMania? Like, just not only just showing up there and sitting at inside of the football stadium. Like when I was at MetLife Stadium, uh, yeah, I mean it was warm until later on in the night, and then it got real cold. But you're also remember you guys stay in line forever. When I went to WrestleMania 38, we were there. It was warm or hot, and we were there about 2 hours before the show was going to start, so we were waiting forever. Then the next day, I figured, hey, we'll cut that time down because we had a parking spot uh, preserved. So if hey, we'll go later. We're definitely going to get our seats well in time for the show. So that's why I mean didn't want to stay in line. Yeah, I was in Dallas, Randy, because it was only a 4-hour drive. I wouldn't mind to take the train to Vegas, but I think that's about an 8-hour drive from me. So that's a maybe. Philadelphia was definitely a no.
You would have had to take
Vegas,
a plane to that one.
yeah. I mean, it'd probably be easier to just take a drive to Vegas. It'd probably be cheaper though too.
Yeah, well, yeah, of course it would be.
I don't know. I mean, driving is cheaper than flying going from Pennsylvania to Oklahoma. But we want to go ahead and I told people about we were thinking about reviewing Tommy's interview with this special guest. You ready to do that?
I suppose so. Can only imagine what freaking Tommy had to say about on this interview. I'm sure to be full of cringe, knowing him.
All right. Well, guys, this one is with Tommy interviewing Eugene, who was back in the early 2000s. So I heard this. It's like, oh, we got to get into it. I got to hear this interview. And like, up and Tommy's not going to do anything. So I figure let's go ahead and let's present the screen. I can actually show this with also share tab audio. Okay, yeah. Hopefully this brings the audio up, but go ahead and pull this up. Right now there's no audio. For some reason, I don't know why he wouldn't have no audio.
Hey, Justin, how you doing, buddy? Just chilling? A major banger party last night. The Rock was there. John Cena was there. And, dude, he ate a bunch of mushrooms and, like, took his pants off and completely naked. And he was doing You Can't See Me Day, buddy, but clearly we could see him. And on top of that, Danny DeVito was there, and he kept popping out of the trash saying, "Hey, I'm the trash man." But, you know, man, really? You don't have enough money, buddy? Hold on a second. You see that, buddy? All right, man. Well, I'll see you in a little bit, man. I'll catch you later.
Hey, Tom.
Hello?
Yo, I'm at this place you told me to get to. It looks pretty sweet.
Well, I got some bad news, man. I'm actually back up in North Carolina.
You're in fucking North Carolina right now?
Yeah, I had to leave urgently.
I noticed one thing. He has an AEW belt, and he has the WCW belt that has the side plates almost like the Wing Eagle belt.
So who's this Justin he's talking to? Like Tommy starts up his video, doesn't he, like, announce himself or what he's doing or who he's going to be interviewing. He just gets right into it.
Yeah, well, this is a little bit he's doing. But can you hear this just fine?
Yeah, I can hear it.
Okay. But I noticed he got new belts. Like I said, he has the AEW belt and the WCW belt right here. And I seen where he had the NWA big gold belt. He got fucked on that one. He really did. If I was him, or I would have reported to eBay on that or Amazon. But let's go ahead and continue.
And forgot to call you and tell you.
Dude, you literally said you bought me a ticket. What am I supposed to do? It was a one-way ticket.
Well, man, you know, I guess I'll see you at some point, you know. I don't know, man. Sucks for you.
Oh, wasn't he at
Did you just
the
hang
beach?
up on me?
Now he's sitting there in his bedroom.
When I fucking find this guy, I swear to God, what an idiot.
If somebody did that to me and said, "Oh, sucks," and ends up saying "sucks for you," I would punch him in the fucking head.
Yeah, he does the Super Fun Time internet show.
Hello, folks. It's me, Tommy, NC2010, and welcome back for another awesome episode of what time is it, guys?
Super
Fun
Time!
Imagine going and
Oh,
get
that was how you
your
guys doing today?
YouTube
Feeling good?
name on your hat.
Well, I have my YouTube name on my hat. What do you say?
I just feel like I'm
Yeah,
back
but
from vacation.
generic
Happy
like that
back
right
here,
there?
boys.
Where'd you come from?
I mean, I had
don't
mine
know,
on the back of a Yankees hat.
It just like it said there in the opening.
Yeah, but
I got to hang out with this.
It
but,
doesn't
you know,
look as
kind of-
generic font like that,
Yeah,
though.
forget.
That's what I'm saying. It looks like
You seem
someone
excited.
stitched
What
that
are you
in
so
there.
excited about? Do you got-
Well,
we have
my
an
hat's stitched. Yeah, the font on my hat's
guest,
stitched
and
on
I
too.
have to.
Did I lose you, Casey? Yep, I think I lost you. Let me refresh. The Viridian City Pokemart.
Sorry about
What's up, Casey?
that. My internet crashed on me. So I heard the road says, "Casey, are you there?" And then like I'm not there no more.
Yeah, I was wondering. I didn't hear anything. Like you stopped responding. I stopped hearing the stream, and then I reset, and then all I seen was your background going, and I heard no audio, and I thought I was going crazy.
Nope, my internet took a shit, but I'm back. I had to restart the internet, so me copa. So give me a second to get it going again. Maybe Tommy was trying to take me down to watching his reviewing his content.
Well, that wouldn't be possible because your internet wouldn't crash due to that. He would have to do a DDoS attack, which I'm sure he's not smart enough to know how to do.
Oh, all right, I got it back.
Tommy probably doesn't even know what DDoS stands for.
No, but I was joking, but we're back. So my apologies. So let's go ahead. Start it.
Eugene today, and I'm so excited to speak to him and have a conversation with him.
You want to bring him in?
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for WWE wrestler Eugene.
Ex-wrestler Tommy.
Yep.
He hasn't wrestled in how many years?
I can't unmute you.
Unmute.
No. I can't. Oh, he's messing with us. No,
Sounds like a fucking 12-year-old schoolgirl gushing over a fucking celebrity.
Yeah.
Bottom.
Now,
Oh, yeah.
Hey, how you doing, buddy?
man, I feel like hi guys. I feel like every time I get on this thing, it's like I'm the bad news bears. Everything goes wrong. But I want to say thank you for having me on here. Super fun time is probably the best internet show name I've ever heard in my life. So
Thank you.
That's a lie.
I like it.
Right?
I love it. I love it. Do you want us to refer to you as Nicholas, Nick, Eugene? Who are we talking to today?
Why does that other guy
you
sound
call
like
me
Alien
whatever.
Man?
What?
Yeah.
Why does that other guy sound like Alien Man a little?
I don't know. I don't think I recognize that, but
Man, we appreciate you being on here so much. You were in the era of wrestling when I was really into it. And oh, go ahead, Tom.
Sadly, I wasn't. I didn't really see you perform, but I watched you clips on YouTube and stuff like that. I even watched the part where you come up to the door with DX and they had the bounty, and you're like, "I'm here for the bounty," and Triple H gives you the bounty paper towels, and then he's like, "That's not what I'm here for." And he slams the door, and then and you knock on the door again, and it's just, whoops. This is kind of like what Eugene would do, probably. Because he's like very, remembers all the history. Remember that time, Big Show, Andre. I suck at doing an impression. I do good impressions, but I suck at Eugene.
Oh, that's
Tommy, you're so
that was a cool segment. That was in England. I flew over to England.
what?
The Tommy is so cringe.
Well, I think I would be stumbling over my words right now because, that's someone like, hey, I don't think I could act. I have to give him props on that because I don't think I would be able to get someone like him on my channel. I mean, dude, he has 100,000 subs where I barely, not even 1,000. Like, I'm close to hit 700. Wink, wink. But that's probably the perks of having the 100,000 subs.
I mean, voice actors aren't like top of the line people, but I've gotten, a few of them on my charity streams, and I certainly don't fucking gush over them, even though I'm a fan.
Yeah,
I don't gush like that, like fucking Tommy is. Like, oh, you did this, and I remember this part and that part. I'm like, Jesus, Tommy. Then he goes, "Oh, he goes, I didn't see you back then, but I watched you on YouTube." So he's acting like a fake fan.
Yeah, I'm gonna give him a bit of a doubt. Like I could see why, because for me, like I would I think I was like I said, I would probably stumble over my words and I probably would gush. So I'm not gonna knock on him on this. But I'll probably knock on Nick Desmore for calling it have channel name. But super fun time show. Yeah, but let's go ahead and continue.
And I was supposed to have a tag match with Hacksaw, but he had flight trouble. He couldn't get to England, so they in that segment there, which I think was a lot better for me because people remember that. I've had people at indie shows come up with a roll full of bounty. You know what I mean? It's upper, give me rolls of bounty.
That's awesome.
Hey,
The
it's not a bad
loud
thing.
throw.
How's your journey? How many years did you do? I know you wrestled.
You can barely hear his co-host. You can hear Tommy freaking pretty well.
Promotion under
Well, he's so far
It was
away
OVW
from the
at the time.
mic.
in
Yeah,
Louis-
that's it. That's it.
Yeah.
How and it was ran by WWE at the time, correct?
Well,
Partly.
OVW it was and still is an independent wrestling company that WWE contracted to train their
Okay.
talent. So now at the Performance Center, you've got WWE contracted talent or employees training the new crop of talent.
Right.
There it was Danny Davis built this school. He started the school, I think, in 1993. I signed up in 1997. We were in Southern Indiana, in Jeffersonville, Indiana. I signed up in 1996. My apologies. So, in 1997, I wrestled for USWA, the Memphis-based promotion.
Oh wow, that's old.
1998, I wrestled for WCW a handful of times when they were
Really?
top in the Monday Night Wars.
Wonder what his
1999, I
name
was
was in
hired by
WCW.
WWE to be a developmental talent, and
What?
And I wonder what his name was in WCW.
That's you know what? I'm curious. Let's look that up. Nick Dismore. Wikipedia. Hold on. Wikipedia. Let's go to share this tab. Here, he is. WCW. He mainly as a jobber on WCW Saturday night on 2 episodes of Thunder. But they still didn't say what his name. And here's all his ring names. You got Conquistador Dos, Dr. Nicholas Dismore, Doink the Clown, Eugene Dismore, Mr. Wrestling 2, Nick Dismore. It's probably this one. Could be Mr. Wrestling number 2. Or maybe possibly Conquistador number Dos. Or
It doesn't say. It doesn't say next to his next to the ring names what year he used them.
no.
Oh wow.
It's just it's in alphabetical order minus the Eugene. I don't know why that's all the way down there. But it doesn't say right here. It doesn't say he showed up at look if you come down his WWE shows, he says it debut as Eugene. I mean, guess it could showed up at let's see, shows up in OVW with Rob Conway called the Lords of the Ring. He wrestled on as Dork the Clown and in one half of Los Conquistadors. So that eliminates that. No, they don't even say right there either. I guess it could be either he fought under his real name, Nick Dismore, and WCW is famous to use people's real name, or Mr. Wrestling 2. I don't know. That's a good question, but I'm gonna let this run for a second, Actually, you know what? Hey, do me a favor before we move on to this one. I hate to do this, but let me take a break and walk Dukas. I guess I should have done this when I was around, but I mean when I was having internet problems. But so give me a minute. Let me walk Dukas because it's been a little bit, and the Rose can take over, and we'll continue reacting to the interview. So give
Yeah,
me a minute.
I'll play Mr. React.
Yeah. No, I wanna. No, I wanna be. I wanna watch it too. So just give me a few minutes walking, and I'll be right back.
Hurry back, Casey.
Come on, Dukas. Let's walk.
I don't know, man. Couldn't be me having to let my dogs out in the middle of a live stream. You should take care of that before you go live. But that's just my opinion, I guess. So what's up, guys? Give me a minute. I got to pull up Casey's chat so I can see what anybody's saying. All right, let's see here. Chat ski. Casey screaming his kids again. Tommy too busy eating Wendy's right now. Fuck Tommy, man. I don't know, man. Like I knew this interview thing was gonna be full of cringe. It was Casey's idea to do this. And I figured why not? I figured it'd be full of cringe. Tommy is, I don't know, like really had to explain him. He's way too loud and he's way too fangirlish, I guess to put it lightly. Tour Capture says the road's way better than Casey. Who has the bigger subs? I do. Let's actually pull up Casey's subs. Actually, I can't because I'll leave this. I gotta pull it up on my computer. I'm at 7. Give me a minute on my end, guys. On my stream. Let's see. Casey has. Let's see. YouTube. I'm at 723. Let's see where Casey stands. Where is Casey? Casey's right here. Casey's at 673. 673. So he is 50 subs behind me. Wow, you guys could not even. Well, you guys can't really hear me all that well, I guess. Bam says because he has 100K subs. Why Tommy gets the interviews? Yeah, exactly, because he's got 100K subs. That he cried his way to, with the help of someone that none of us watch anymore. I mean, I've had interviews on my channel for people, but like not wrestlers or like any big name people. But I like to seek out voice actors and whatnot because I'm a fan of them, and I respect what they do for the video games and anime industry and whatnot. I think Casey's back.
Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that.
No, you're not.
It looked like it
Bam
from
Bam
the
goes,
end
but
when I
no
was on.
views.
What about what?
About Tommy, because Bam asked, "Why does Tommy get all the interviews?" And Tour Capture said, "Because he has 100K subs." And Bam goes, "But no
Yeah.
views." How many views does Tommy's interview have? You should be able to see it over there, Casey.
Let me bring it up. Let me bring it back up. It kicked me off again.
I would say for a video like that, he should have at least 60,000 views.
Oh God, no. I mean, he won't.
Well, I'm saying for his sub size, for his sub count, he should have had at least 60,000 views on that interview.
Hey, look, Mello commented on it. It has 180 views streamed 2 days ago.
180 views, and that's it in 2 days?
Yep.
I just did a fucking, not to promote my shit now, but I'm just using myself as a reference. Someone who has only 723 subs just did a Super Mario World stream the other day that got 100 views.
And look, I highlighted where he has 104,000 subs.
And he hasn't his channel hasn't even grown in like 10 years. That's insane.
Actually, sadly, to bring this up, he actually lost 1,000 people. I mean,
that's what I'm saying. He's been around the same sub count for like 10 years.
Well, yeah, because I don't want to knock him. I'm not going to bring it up. I think he needs to try to find something. Like, he needs to do consistent work if he wants to build his content. I think that's the best thing I could say. Like, if I think these guys only do a show once a week, and he'll do something every once in a while.
So he's not really consistent on his channel anymore like he used to be?
No. I mean, I don't want to leave it, but I know he doesn't. But I was kind of hoping I could see how many videos right there, but no, he's
we can get back to that after we finish the interview.
Yeah, let's go ahead and continue.
That's when 99 was with WWE to train the talent, and that's when guys like Cena came and Brock Lesnar came and Batista, Randy Orton, Victoria, Shelton Benjamin. I mean, there was all kinds of there was a whole crew that ended up getting, just enormous, tall, big, strong freaks from around the world that just didn't cut it in the wrestling. But I started in '96, I got hired in '99, and then Eugene debuted in 2004.
Wow.
As Eric Bischoff's nephew, right?
Yes, absolutely.
I love the actual introduction. I think it was the original introduction where you snuck out and went up to. And he was supposed to be watching you, and then you get away from him, dude. That was comedy genius.
So I was
comedy genius.
The writer who wrote for Eugene, Brian, also wrote a lot of the
Rock
stuff.
Bad.
He could connect with Eugene and the character, and he could write for it. I tell a lot of guys, if you go to WWE, if you go to the writers, if you don't have a writer that can write for your character, you're not going to make it on TV very well. Yeah. You got to connect and understands the character, and Brian could actually write very well for it. He also wrote a movie for Eugene.
Look how
really,
but I was going to point out how look all the
and Big Show was in the movie Knucklehead was written for Eugene.
Yeah, dude, that would have been a better movie.
Honestly, I've never watched the entire movie, but I've seen portions of it enough. And when I saw bits of the script, I could tell it's the same movie, or at least majority of script. But
look at all those rings on there he got on his hand, and he has a thumb ring too. Like, I'm like, to me, I've never, huh?
So that's a little much.
Yeah, I'm like, I can understand people wears jewelry, but like, he actually, like I said, he has a thumb ring, and like I'm sure his other hands probably glittered with more of them, but like they're cheapo rings. I mean, look at that. I mean, you can see one that. Well, it's funny the fans are or the people ain't seeing it because. Hold on, let me rearrange it so they can see it. No, there we go. See what I'm talking about now? I had to rearrange it. So we'll do it like this so people can see this. Steve Callan says, "This is trash."
Yeah, I agree.
I didn't get to make it.
I
So
mean, I'm just
took my place.
knocking the
Damn.
product.
Just go take one of his knees out. They've had a lot
He's
of
still a
miles.
Yeah, even
Yeah. Tommy, you got something?
Yeah, so this is kind of a two-parted question. You in the locker room back in the day, what was the political status in the room?
Look at that thumb ring. See, that's what I'm talking about. Look at that. Look at that freaking. It's like a college ring on or a high school class ring on him right there.
And the other part of the
Maybe
question
it is.
is there a
For a
player
thumb
that
ring?
you just hated to work with?
Despised.
Despised.
Will you explain? What do you mean?
How do I get rid of that?
Like, how was the environment in the locker room?
I'm going
Oh,
to
there
answer
we
the
go.
second one first. I didn't dislike wrestling anybody. I didn't dislike anybody. You know, my whole life I've been the guy that got along with everybody and just joked around and kind of had a good time and try to lift spirits and let's see on the bright side. And I don't have to be the star. I can just be on the team. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So even like Jonathan Coachman, someone asked him who was the nicest guy in the locker room, and Coachman said me. So I took that as a compliment. What was the first? I forgot.
Yeah, well, the first question, what was the environment like in the locker room? Was it very edgy? Was it easy to get thrown out of the locker room? Or how was it like back then?
I think that's a good question.
For me, it wasn't bad because you got to think all the guys that were now stars in the locker room came through OVW, the majority of them. And I helped train them, and they all knew me, and they knew me very well. And we were friends for the couple of years that they were in Louisville. So when I got up to the locker room, everybody's like, "Finally, you're here." You know, it took you so long because I was under development for about 1.5 years or something like that, 5 years, which is at that time a long time. Guys were going for 6 months, a year, 2 years, and then they were getting called up. So in WWE's locker room, I don't feel like they're. I mean, you know, there's like Vince's office compared to the dressing room, but dressed in our dressing room, Hunter dressed in our dressing room at the live events. I mean, TV he might have his own, but the live events, you know, if there was one locker room, everybody dressed together. And I felt like at those times there was no like political divide. Good. So comfortable walking up to Shawn Michaels and asking him his opinion or asking him questions or, hey, what's going on? You know, I didn't necessarily talk to everybody, but I tried to, you know, be cordial. When I was in WCW for just a handful of shots, I'm not saying I was there for a long time, there was definitely a separation between top guy locker room and then underneath guy locker room.
Mid cards.
I would hope so.
And I was like, I did a couple Saturday night TV taping.
He had to, Tommy had to correct him. He's like mid Carters. I love that.
Such a mark, Tommy. Come on, bro.
I'm like, I mean, you're gonna correct someone who's been in the business forever. That's like, well, you know, like if someone accidentally say, "What you?" I wrestled at WrestleMania 7. Technically, you wrestled at WrestleMania 6.
And technically, Eugene wasn't wrong. He said there is a separation between the top guy locker room and the lower guy's locker room.
Yeah.
Technically, there's a lower card, a mid card, and the main event. So technically, Eugene wasn't wrong.
Yeah, I mean, neither were really wrong, but I just thought that was funny.
Tommy's just a mark for himself.
Locker room, they had their locker room, or even when I did Nitro and Thunder, like the NWO guys, the main event guys had their locker room, and then all the underneath guys had theirs. I walked in the wrong locker room one time. I looked up, whole NWO turns and looks at me. I said, "Okay, turn around, walk right back out." a word. I just didn't know what to do, and I went to the locker room.
Oh, I hate
That's
to point
awesome.
this out, but look at this. He pretty much doxed his whole name. Nicholas David Dismore. Like, maybe he didn't want his whole name in the title. Like, I would hate to see my full name where people would try to find me. Like, gosh, why don't you put the guy's address in the title as well?
And here's the thing, why? Because he was most known for his small run in WWE. Why wouldn't they put his WWE name or say like in the title be like ex WWE superstar Eugene? You know,
Yeah,
interview with ex WWE superstar Eugene. That's what I would have done.
yeah,
Or
great.
former WWE superstar. Sounds better.
Yeah, and he didn't even say former or ex stars.
He
So
just puts his
that's
name, just
even
puts his whole name in the fucking thing. That's real smart,
yeah.
Tommy.
Nick, this morning you've been doxxed twice now.
Do you have anything?
Me?
Either anybody.
Tommy.
How about you go?
Okay.
All right.
So I was 11 years old in 2004, and you know, a lot of us didn't know like you were playing a character. We all thought, kids, we thought that was legit, and I love that type of character. I don't know if it would work nowadays, just because some people get offended and all that. But I remember when you and I believe it was William Regal, correct me if I'm wrong, won the tag team champions.
Yep.
Yeah.
And it was on the night Maven was the general manager. Am
What?
I correct? And you beat La Resistance.
Yep.
Okay, correct all the way around.
Hey.
I went back and watched it last week. Dude, the joy I had just seeing that. I was so excited. And I remember watching it as 11 years old. So it's not really a question. It's just saying, like, being at that age, we enjoyed your character a lot. Like, it meant a lot to a lot of people. And
I appreciate. I heard
Especially
that a
if you're
lot.
mentally
Thank you. That
challenged.
match.
Yeah, I think that's kind of weird. Like you said, he was mentally challenged wrestler. Nowadays, you can't do that. Like, unless you're really a
Now that you
real.
want to fucking you want to get freaking canceled real fucking quick.
Yeah, or unless you're a real mentally challenged wrestler, then it's not really a gimmick, it's real, And I think that'd be okay, especially if, let's say, like you're not stupid, but like you're mentally challenged, but you're still athletic enough for your in ring uh, awareness that it could be a thing. People would get behind him. You know, I'm thinking I wouldn't say he'd be a world champion, but it could be like a mid carder if someone would do that. If the person was a real mentally challenged wrestler. Because I don't want to say the R word for this, because I feel like honestly I hate the R word for mentally challenged people because it sounds a really hard term, but if you're gonna call someone stupid as fuck, then I feel like that reserves the retarded word.
I just don't
But
like that word. Period. To be honest with you.
eh, like I said, I hate the word for actual mentally challenged people because it sounds bad. Like how the word obese sounds horrible. I don't care if someone calls me overweight, or fat, like obese or morbidly obese. Like that sounds horrible. Like that's just fucked up.
You know what
But
I say to people who call me fat and shit like that?
what?
I say, yeah, I know, I did it to myself.
Yeah, I'm like to me, I tell people like, okay, do you have something original, or are you too lazy to have a real comeback? You know. I have Dukas right here just staring at me, wants to pay me attention to him. But let's go ahead and continue.
Probably waiting
Right,
for that
so
fucking peanut butter, man.
You're fucked up.
I wrestled in Indianapolis probably once a month, twice a month for the past 10 years. So I knew a lot of the wrestling fans there. They knew me. So when they saw me, and then they saw me on TV, so they knew it was exactly me. And it was my mom was in the crowd, my sister was in the crowd. So it was a really cool moment for me.
And speaking upon that, how was it winning the tag team champions with Regal?
Man, it's kind of indescribable, when you're in the ring with Regal winning the tag team titles, when you're in the ring with Hogan at WrestleMania, when you're in the ring with The Rock, when you're paying fan, it's hard to describe. But I'm gonna say the best part about being a WWE superstar is getting the action figure.
Yeah.
Damn!
I've got that one. I've got it at the house.
That was
And
horrible.
the best part about having your own action figure is you
Right.
get to play with yourself in public.
Oh,
What?
he goes, the
What do
best
you-
part of it all, he goes, you get to play with yourself in public.
No, that's brilliant. But that is a whole. Well, back then, that's as good as they can get with the model. But nowadays, they could look like almost really realistic because, I mean, computers are getting more closer to modeling like the real thing. See, back in the day, you'd be lucky to have a character that's somewhat close to your favorite TV show or movie. Now, like, it could be like a spot on image on them. But that was in between where it was starting to get better, and that was where it was getting better, but not as good as it is today, obviously. But for us who grew up in the 80s and 90s, we got the Shaft in on
Yeah, I
the
remember those 90s wrestling figures.
Actually, I got some figures. They're in the trunk of my car because I'm going to sell them. I was originally going to keep them, but I really have no room to put them. They're in the box, so I'm thinking about turning around and flipping them. But let's go ahead and continue.
I love it, man.
Oh my goodness.
Lord.
It's solid, man.
Oh my God,
Alright.
Tommy! Don't do that.
Dude.
Please.
You
Tommy
was on
fucking jerking himself
Well,
off.
there was
over
a
or what?
guy that used to come to the OVW shows in
That's what it sounds
Jeffersonville.
like.
Him and his brother were both.
What?
That's what it sounds like.
What?
It says
Uh,
Tommy jerking himself off over there, or what?
I guess so. It doesn't sound good.
Special ability gentlemen.
Yeah.
And when angry at the wrestling, the one would bite his nail and yell, like, you son of a, like he'd get all flustered at the wrestling. So I just borrowed that from a guy named Billy.
Yeah, Billy.
His brother Billy with just two on his finger.
Hey.
You just get all these pieces and you put it together, and your character was amazing, man.
Now, I just want to say I have high functioning autism, but I just want to say I don't think Eugene is offensive. I think that every wrestler and every actor has a right to play a character with disabilities, I have to say.
Hey,
Because when you went off and you did.
I agree 100% with Tommy with that. And like you said, he was a higher function autistic.
That's
And
probably about the smartest thing Tommy's ever said.
well, I think Tommy's not bad. I like it. He'll do some stupid stuff every once in a while. I do stupid stuff every once in a while. I say stupid stuff every once in a while, but I try to give him praise as much as I can because I think Tommy. I remember back when he was on Cronin's show where he'd freak out when someone makes fun of him a little bit, or troll
I
him
think
a little
Tommy
bit.
did that on purpose too, though, because he knew people. He knew he would get attention.
Possibly, but then again, he was freaking out to the point where it was bad. Like you're worried about his health, But it was kind of. I hate to bring comparison, but like you see how Bullfrog would freak out, but I think he's finally mellow out, and I'm glad because, like, I would try to tell him every once in a while, like, dude, if you can't handle this, you gotta really get out of YouTube. I'm like, you either have to roll with the punches or laugh at it. If it's, you just try to not take. If it's fun little trolling, that's one thing. You you could laugh with it because there's no malice behind, no really any real malice behind it. But if there's some real bad malice, and I seen some real bad malice, especially on me and my wife, that was pretty fucked up. And I just like, you know what? You're banned, or you're blocked. But if you're gonna troll me a little bit, I'm gonna let it go because if it sounds funny, I'm gonna let it go and laugh at it. But I think Tommy's starting to mellow and figure it out a little bit, you know. So I gotta give the guy props. But
Like I said, though, I think he played into it a lot.
it's possible. I'm not gonna lie, it's possible. That's good.
Hulk Hogan's move, The Rock's move, and all that, dude. The crowd popped every time.
Yeah, dude. The people's elbow.
Yeah.
Yeah,
it's fantastic.
Like I didn't set out to do other guys' moves, but when I started doing it, it just took off. So then that's what I did. You know, then it was very easy. And then I didn't have to do anything but hit a rock bottom here and a people's elbow there and a big boot and a leg drop. But Tommy, I saying that when Eugene first debuted on TV, up until about the time I had my first match against Rob Conway, I think the fans were kind of undecided about whether they were going to invest in Eugene, you know, emotionally. And there were some media outlets, they weren't necessarily criticizing me, but they were saying, like, what's WWE doing now with this character? What's going on here? But once Eugene won the match, then they realized, oh, this is an underdog story. You know, this is the story of a boy following his dreams and achieving. Nothing was ever said about Eugene other than he's special. Yeah. And everybody else their conclusions on what that is.
Yeah.
And I've gotten way much more positive affirmation from guys like you, Tommy, or people that, like my brother has, you know, special abilities, and he knew he could achieve because he saw Eugene do it. I'm getting goosebumps now.
Exactly.
I was in Pigeon Forge maybe, I don't know, 2 years ago. I call this guy a kid. He was probably in his early 20s. Comes up to me, gets the picture with Eugene, the 8x10 sign, hands me his phone. It's a text from me, from his mother to me, talking about, you know, this is Rich. Rich was always the weird kid in school. He didn't fit in. You know, dad wasn't in the picture. The mom had 3 kids. He was the oldest, trying to help manage the kids with high functioning autism or Asperger's or one of those. I'm not sure exactly which. Maybe both. I don't know how. But you know what I mean. But he saw
maybe both,
and he knew he could then achieve, and he knew that it was okay to be maybe I don't want to say the different guy, but maybe not as exact same as everybody else. It's okay to be original.
Yeah.
And
there
now
you
the kid's
go.
like married, he's got a good job, and like friends on Facebook, you know. So
sweet.
And he handed me his phone, and I tried to read it, and I started crying at an autograph signing.
Yeah.
I had him text it to me, and like we became friends, and like
Aww.
it took me a while to be able to actually just read it without tearing up, because it really meant something. So Tommy, I thank you for saying that.
No problem, man. So here's a question for you. Of all the wrestlers in the WWE, who is your top favorite wrestler?
Of all time or current?
Of all time.
I know what it is. I seen this segment. Triple H.
Yeah, that was well written. Me personally, I would say Hulkster or Macho is probably 1 or 2 or 1 and 2. I never got to meet Macho Man. I was good friends with Lanny, but I never got to meet Macho Man. And then I was a huge fan of the British Bulldogs.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
When I was a kid. That's 4. So and then I'll go Honky Tonk Man after that.
Oh,
that's awesome,
Tonk.
man.
Wow.
That because
Yeah.
I'm the honky tonk man. I'm the honky
damn it,
tonk
Tommy.
man.
Well, I think having Honky Tonk Man, I'm like, oh, God, I don't think that was pretty hokey then, and if you do Honky Tonk Man now, that's pretty hokey and cheesy now, you know? You definitely can't do that now because you'll get booed. And this is the time and era where people, like, I'm a fan of, like, Danhausen and a fan of Orange Cassidy.
I'm not really a Danhausen fan. I think the character's stupid. And first of all, you don't even see him all that much anyway.
Well, a lot of times he gets injured. So, like, plus I think he's trying to get out of AEW. Like,
The state of
I don't-
AEW right now, I wouldn't be surprised if everyone doesn't try to get out of there.
I wouldn't try to get to WWE right now. WWE's pretty packed. I would at least stay with a company that has, you know, given you money and most likely to keep you on. But uh, I mean, I seen a match on from GCW where, like I said this before, you weren't on the call, but I don't think you were. But there was a match from GCW where the only person in the ring was actually a ref, but the ref was wearing these special goggles
Oh, yeah, I seen that stupid shit.
where he's refereeing two invisible wrestlers fighting. And I actually thought that was kind of funny because I think there was one point somehow a table broke in half out of nowhere. You're like, you see the referee started looking at like maybe the wrestler got on top of the corner post and the motions that he went to the table and then he saw the table just break out of nowhere. So it was like, oh my god, like almost like it was really happening.
I don't know,
But
man. I don't know how you find comedy in that stupid, ridiculous shit.
well, I think it was funny because like they went to the extra effort to make that table break in half somehow, on command. But and the referee made it seem like someone was actually there because it's not like he was just standing there. He was making all types of motions. But I just saying that I I, I don't see how Hunky Tonk Man got overs at all. Like maybe I just had to be there at the time. Like I know people were getting into listening to Elvis, and I don't know. I think he died in the late 70s, so probably people were still, fond about Elvis. But let's go ahead and continue.
Awesome gimmick.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
great gimmick. The late, great Elvis Presley. Elvis Aaron Presley.
Hey, do you mind if you take a question from the chat?
Absolutely. Go for it.
They want to know if you saw Iron Claw.
Oh,
Haven't
that
seen
was
it yet.
Okay.
Good
You
movie.
know the whole story, though, I'm sure.
Well, I mean, I don't know exactly what the movie portrayed, but I know the backstory of the Von Erichs.
Yeah. Yeah, Tommy, me and Tommy went and saw
Yeah,
it.
it was.
In the movie, another kid died when he was young. Did they talk about that?
Nope.
Yeah, he's vaguely mentioned in there about how the fact that they show him in the background, but they never show him like getting electrocuted. But
Okay.
he was mentioned, like he was seen in the car with the family, but like they kind of vaguely focused on him. But it's kind of like the most of the Von Erichs. What's his name? MJF got cut out of it, which
Yeah.
I don't know if it made the movie better or less. I don't know what to say about MJF. He's a talented guy, but he's not my cup of tea.
Okay.
Yeah.
Don't worry, sure MJF
Shots
doesn't
fired,
like
but
you.
okay.
Oh,
Bring it.
What?
That I'm sure MJF doesn't like you either, Tommy.
Oh. Well, I mean, I heard something about MJF being in there, and I did watch Iron Claw. It's a good movie. They do take liberties about the Von Erichs. Tommy is right. The little Jack who died is the oldest son that died as a baby. He's right about that, but there's another Von Erich they never mentioned because what I heard is that they didn't have time to invest in every single one of them, and Chris Von Erich really barely even made it to not AWA to
AWA.
no, not it's not AWA WCCW World Class. He barely got up there, and he got, I believe, hurt easily, and he was short. He's as short as like a teenager, and he never got tall or big as his brothers, and then he let's say he took care of himself in the woods.
Oh,
Yeah. So, but they just didn't have enough time. Plus, they were saying it was a little close to how Carrie died. They're like, no, not really, because well, no, yeah, I guess it was him or Mike Von Erich. One of them went into the wood. Yeah, Chris Von Erich ate a bullet. While same thing as Carrie Von Erich did too. So, well, I think Mike Von Erich took a bunch of Placidils and went to the woods in a sleeping bag. So, but Iron Claw is a very good movie, but there's a lot of wrong information. Like it's just, if you want to be entertained about the Von Erichs, watch Iron Claw. It's a good movie. If you want to find out about WCCW and the Von Erichs, I suggest watch the rise or the actual the WWE documentary of WCCW. Great documentary.
or try to get a interview with Jim Cornette.
No. Well, Cornette is heavily invested in wrestling. Like he has this like a room filled of wrestling. He's a historian. I did not know he's like heavily into wrestling like that, but he keeps records on everything apparently. Like, okay, he's heavily into wrestling, but some people are into that, But let's go ahead and continue.
Bring it, MJF. I'll take you on any day, buddy.
Oh God.
Hey, so,
Me and
all
Justin,
right,
both
Tommy.
of us.
why are
will-
you dragging me into this?
Actually,
I'll
I'm
take
gonna
the
fucking
partner.
fold you
Yeah,
in
but
half, you
I'm
bastard.
not
Yeah,
gonna-
yeah,
Okay,
exactly.
fine.
So we're talking about movies. Is there a certain wrestling movie that hits home to you, or like that's more realistic? I'll give you an example. I like the movie The Wrestler with Mickey Rourke.
Good
Is
movie.
there any other that include that one or another one?
Definitely, the wrestler painted the picture of a small percentage of wrestlers that are still today going to autograph signings. Their body's broken down. They have no money, and they're just basically just there to try to be seen again or eke out a little bit of a payday. So that was very realistic. And the fact was, a lot of the indie guys that they used for the movie, I'd known them and I'd wrestled them.
Okay.
You know what I mean? So it was like I saw all these guys, and then I saw like the old timers that were the same old timers that I saw at shows.
Right.
I think it was Don Fargo. I think it was the one I saw one time. That I don't know if he was in that movie.
Dude. Sorry about that. Hey.
But that's what I thought Don Fargo, because at the time he was much older, and some people remembered him, some people didn't. But it was like, wow, it's just he was moving well. He didn't look like he was in pain, but it was just an odd scene, like this way old timer. Nothing against Don Fargo, he was a nice guy.
Right.
Oh, you got it. You want to go?
Sure. So here's a question for you. If you were to ever get called up today in the modern era of wrestling, would you bring Eugene back, or would you use a different character?
It's kind of hard to say, because although you guys said earlier the Eugene character might not fly today, I believe that WWE can do everything and make it right.
Agreed.
They took the mask off Kane and they made it make sense. You know what I mean?
True.
If they really wanted to, they've got the most creative people in all of media, I think, and all of Hollywood and all of filming, and they could come up with a story why Eugene would be acceptable today. Because the fact of the matter is, just like you said, an actor should be able to play that character, but that portion of America should be represented on film.
Exactly.
Have a representation of who they are, you know, or something.
Yeah.
In my opinion.
I
Well,
think
mean,
that's
we kind of
great
have a
point.
watered down Eugene right now called Our Truth.
oh.
Oh, are they calling our truth retarded?
I think he is in a roundabout way. Yeah.
Yeah, like come on, like I don't know. I wouldn't really I guess you could say he's kind of is. Yeah, I mean, because he keeps acting like the Royal Rumble's like the Money in the Bank match, where he thinks, or no, I think in the Royal Rumble it was a tag team match where he was asking for the hot tag with the Miz, and he did the same thing. What in the main Money in the Bank? Or
He did that.
mean, go ahead.
No, so he did that at Mania
Oh, that's right.
during the ladder match.
That's what it was. It wasn't Money in the Bank. It was the ladder match. So I mean, it's a funny gimmick, I guess. I mean, that's not a bad point. I guess because he has a. I guess you could say he independently challenged. I guess. I mean, he's not all there, so I guess he's correct. I had to think about it, but I agree with him now.
He did say Sioux Falls City, and that was wrong. That was
Sioux
incorrect.
Falls City.
Our Truth, he's he's cool, man. I've seen him at the airport. He added me on was it not Twitter, X,
Yep.
Yeah,
TikTok and
X.
stuff. So I've interacted with him.
That's
a
his
lot.
Twitter, stupid.
Nice
He's
guy.
good.
Very nice
I've
guy.
known super cool.
Yeah.
So what are you supposed to say now if it's not Twitter? Like you used to tweet somebody. Now do you X them?
Yeah, Xing. I'm Xing you.
And then
Xing
if
you.
I got
It's
a
just
tweet,
called
I
a
no longer got a
post
tweet,
now,
now I've got an
guys.
X.
What?
I said it's just called a post now. It's not called a tweet or a tweet, as some people started saying at first. It's just called a post.
I can understand why, because you used to call it a tweet. Hey, I tweeted that out. And so I
still
can
call it Twitter. I
understand.
don't give a fuck. The majority of the world still calls it Twitter, regardless of its name.
Exactly. I mean, I still think X is a transitional name for something else. Honestly, I think it might return to Twitter. Honestly,
It should.
because yeah, I mean, because people still call it Twitter. I mean, shit. If you literally put X.com, it still says Twitter.com. You know, it switches over to Twitter.com.
I'm waiting for one of these days where somebody hacks Twitter, not through the Twitter.com link, but through the X.com link,
Yeah,
and they redirect it to a porn site.
exactly. It'd be hilarious. Like make it XXX, and it like I don't want to try it either. Go to XXX.com. I mean, I think I did that when I was a kid, but I wouldn't do that now because God forbid what blacklisted thing it would become probably of course porn probably. But
I would hope so on a website like that. I don't think
yeah,
the directors of the Triple X movie own that web domain.
no. But I don't have the balls to put that in my web search right now.
Well, I wouldn't
I'm,
anyway, not when you're live.
well, duh. I'm talking about like on my personal time, but I just don't feel like that'd be smart. But
Is Casey trying to tell us he doesn't watch porn on his personal time? Because that's bullshit.
no, I didn't say that. I'm just afraid to put that certain website in there.
But yeah, you probably visit more dodgier porn sites. Let's be honest.
I look at legitimate sites, yes. It's not like some like really blacklisted porn sites. No,
I bet you pay for browsers, don't you?
no. No, the only thing I ever paid for, and I hadn't paid in a while, was OnlyFans, and there was only a certain couple people, and I'm done doing that.
So he says.
I am, right? But let's go ahead and let's continue.
I'm not getting. Wait, man, come on.
You
Come
can
on,
thank Elon Musk for that because he was so desperate to basically get rid of Twitter because he said that Twitter was such a toxic place to be at. So he had to mix his finger up in there and just, mix it up and change everything and get everybody pissed off him in California because he puts up this massive LED X right in the middle of like LA and like it's right in your residence, a house residence, and everybody's just like, we're super pissed because this bright light is now shining 24/7 in our houses. So it's like, what the hell, Elon?
So if each of you has an X, is that triple X?
No, that's the DX.
Suck it.
All right, Tommy.
That's
Good
stupid.
stuff. So let's talk about that time The Rock saved you or came back and helped you. How does that feel? There's not many people that have many scenes with The Rock.
Mm-hmm.
So how did that come about?
We were in San Diego, so when we're in San Diego, we have to show up to the building earlier because if it's 4:00 in San Diego, it's whatever 5, 6, 7, 8 on the East Coast whenever the Raw starts, or 3 or 4 hours difference. I can't remember, but Sylvain Grenier, who I was friends with, I would ride with, one half of La Resistance. He was good friends with Pat Patterson. Pat was in the booking meeting, the production meeting earlier in the day. Pat told Sly, kind of what was going on. Sly runs up to me. I don't have a very good French-Canadian accent, but Sly was like, oh, they've got something great for you today. It's going to be awesome. They're going to do all this, and it's either going to be done with The Rock or with Rhino. So I'm like, I like Rhino, but Rhino is no Rock. We're in San Diego. The Rock hasn't been on TV in 2 years. He's in LA movies. He ain't going to take a day off to come down here and get in the ring with Eugene that he doesn't know. It'll end up being Rhino, and it'll be fine. It'll be good. Rock ain't going to show up. Lo and behold, somebody showed up like an hour later. So we started going through our lines all day long. And I was on, I think, 6 segments that day. So I'd have to go from The Rock and Brian Gerwick and myself going through our promo. And I missed my line every time. The first line was to Coach was, it doesn't matter, whatever he said. It doesn't matter. I can't remember what the coach said. And I got the mic, right? So every time I practiced, I missed it. And they'd all look at me like, that's your line. So I have to go to the next thing, whatever the other segments were, and I'd work those out every time I go back. So we're live in the ring, live on TV, in the ring with The Rock. And Rock is such a professional. He's so awesome. He just kind of put the mic by his hip and he goes, your line's next, kid. And just fed me the line right there. And it was that screenshot, that snapshot, that 15 minutes that made me a superstar.
Wow.
Rock, that I became a superstar. I remember at the beginning of the segment, Coachman says, Eugene, nobody likes you, get out of here. I literally started crying, and I'm backing up the stage, telling everybody goodbye, and The Rock's music hit. No one knew he was there. He hadn't been there in 2 years, and the place was electric. And they call him the most electrifying man because I've never been in an arena when all of a sudden the energy and the temperature and you just feel it, man. When a group of people get together like that and get passionate, there's some kind of magic is created, and it was definitely created that night. Rock says, get your ass back in the ring. And it was that segment that definitely made me a superstar. But that's what a top guy does. The top guy's job is to reach down and pull somebody up. Rock didn't know me. He didn't have to do that. He didn't have to take his time off of LA and all the big projects he's doing to come down and get WWE over, but he gave back to the business. And that's why he's definitely the great one. And I'm forever thankful for The Rock.
I like how in that same segment, he was asking you a bunch of questions. And he says, who's your favorite wrestler of all time? And he goes, Triple H. And he started like spitting the water up. It was just a good segment. It was you
It was-
couldn't.
Well written, right? It was supposed to be, I think, 9 minutes, and I think we went 17 minutes. And you're not supposed to go over on Raw, and you're not supposed to go over by 8 minutes.
No, Vince hates that, and also his other friend, as we saw
Well,
from
Vince
Young
isn't in the
Rock,
company anymore, Tommy.
Vince.
Well, at the time, Vince was there. That's what he's talking about when during his time, Vince was there. So he's correct on that. But it's just his other buddy. Like, I guess Bruce he's talking about? I assume he's talking about Bruce.
Vince is cool with it, but the other dude hates it when you go over.
Bruce Pritchard?
What was his name? Tyler?
I don't know.
Apparently he was homosexual at some point.
Well, let's not get into this. Tommy.
Which that's what I heard.
Come on, what you got, Tommy?
All right. So here's a question for you. I understand you have a wrestling school. What's the difference between Cody's wrestling? Now, so many wrestlers have wrestling schools. What's the difference between your wrestling school and how much does someone have to pay to get into your wrestling school?
So I moved to South Dakota. I was a coach at the Performance Center from 2013 to 2015. 2015, I moved to Sioux Falls, South Dakota, and I started what was Midwest All Pro Wrestling. I sold the company in 2021 to two of the students, and they're still wrestling in Sioux Falls. But I was running live events. I was filming episodes to try to put together a YouTube channel, which I had a good YouTube channel. I was touring live events around South Dakota. We were training stars. I probably trained in that, in that 6 years, like maybe 300 guys altogether.
Wow.
300 guys, girls,
Wow.
But I've since moved to Florida, and I'm just down here kind of chilling out. My new project is my YouTube channel, Eugene Behind the Scenes, which I hope everybody checks out and subscribes to.
I did too. I subscribed to it also.
Of course you would.
So my brother lives in Panama City. Are you around there?
I think it's about 5 hours.
All
Panama
right,
City's
wow.
west up the coast,
Yeah.
but Panama nice. I like Panama City.
Yeah. So your YouTube page, I know Maven did his. He started his, I think, before yours. And then I seen you and The Undertaker have YouTube channels, about the same time?
I've seen Undertaker's channel, but I haven't really watched it.
Yeah.
I have another channel called the Nick Dinsmore YouTube channel, which I have a lot of my old matches on, and I've had that for years. But I've been wanting to do this project, and I wanted to get down here and get settled in Florida before I started it. So maybe he started it first, but I kind of had a YouTube channel before Maven did. So
okay, cool.
Can I hit
Not
you
like
with
it's a
another,
competition.
question from the
What
chat?
wrestler had a channel first? Come on, there, Eugene.
Well, I mean, nowadays anyone and their mother has a channel. I mean, I'm shocked my mom didn't have a channel. Like, I didn't think I was ever gonna have a channel until, I got kind of motivated by a channel called the Rebel Gaming Club because they were doing like flea marketing and stuff like that and showing off their stuff, and they were showing some people stuff too. And I was like, you know what? I don't think mine ever got on there. Actually, one of the videos I did, the first one, I posted on here, but I didn't think I was ever going to do one. I mean, honestly, I want to be like the Game Chasers, but it's, you know. Plus, I would never thought anyone would have thought I was interesting enough to watch. So,
Well, I mean, that fact still hasn't changed.
oh, fuck you.
What'd you say?
I got another question for you from the chat. All right.
Yep.
They want to know what you think about AEW with the Kenny situation and him needing surgery, and also Tony Khan with a neck brace.
I don't really follow any wrestling. I see it all on social media, so I can't get away from it. So I've seen the headlines. I wouldn't want to see anybody have to have surgery, especially when like they're in the prime of their career. Finally on TV. And if Tony Khan's going to be a part of it and he gets beat up, he probably needs a neck brace, right?
Yeah.
I mean, Cornette I think he took a power driver from Bullet Bob Armstrong in Knoxville, and then he was on like Good Morning America with the WWF in a neck brace from an indie show in Knoxville.
Pause that for a second, Casey.
Brother.
On. What?
Saying pause that for a second. It's kind of funny that Eugene brings that clip up because I just watched the Jim Cornette drive-through podcast episode, and he actually mentioned that very same live appearance that Eugene just mentioned.
No shit.
Yeah.
That's a coincidence for sure. I mean, that has happened where like you watch something and then someone mentioned it like very shortly later. You know, it's interesting. It's almost like when you say something by your phone and your phone start uh giving you ads for that. So it's kind of almost like that, but. No, it's kind of interesting when that happens.
He mentioned the whole neck brace gimmick and everything because he was reviewing the episode of AEW Dynamite from last week where the Bucks attacked him in the ring.
Yeah,
and he showed up to the they at that time obviously because they recorded it the very next day before the NFL draft, and him and Brian Last were discussing whether or not he was going to be on the NFL draft for the Jaguars.
Yeah.
If he was going to be, if he was going to use a neck brace, and Jim Cornette goes, well, he damn well better. He goes, I showed up. And Regis and Kathy Lee in a neck brace. And that's that's the clip that Eugene just brought up.
Well, I mean, people are knocking Tony Khan about wearing the neck brace. I've seen that when he was on the NFL during the interview, and they're like, "Well, when the Young Bucks hit you with the Meltzer driver," and then Tony Khan had to make sure to correct them, saying, "Well, last couple months ago, they changed it to the Tony Khan driver." Maybe I should have seen it coming, but people are making a point now, like, well, they fired CM Punk where he felt threatened enough, but you have not only Jack Perry punches him in the gut with the microphone, and then you have the Young Bucks do a spike pile driver on him, but they're okay,
They're fired. Yep, they're allowed. They're good.
They're good, but they kind of mentioned that at least they had some around that because people were bringing that up. So the Young Bucks said that they had a very ironclad contract that they couldn't get fired for something like that.
I mean, I can see them having ironclad contracts, though. To be honest with you.
Yeah. Oh, I agree. When you're EVPs, you're gonna have a different contract than a normal talent.
Hey, let that be a lesson to you guys. If you're really pissed off at your boss, don't scare him because you'll get fired. Beat the shit out of him. You'll keep your job. Casey, did I lose you again? I think I lost the boy. I think I lost the lad. Let me refresh. More? What's more? Comments? Oh. The good rod was moved from there to Vermilion City, where the old rod was.
Sorry about that, Taylor. Decided to fuck up again.
Yeah, you lost your damn internet again. I figured that.
Yeah. That I think sometimes StreamYard likes to cause problems because I'm not having. I really think StreamYard's causing it because if you do the phone app, and what a lot of times what it'll do is like the phone hates the Wi-Fi on it, so from the StreamYard, but we have text in the chat saying
Click on
that
text.
says Casey's computer has three kinds of AIDS: canine herpes and PTSD from what it's seen him do in front of it. And then Dave Rose says Vince keeps Austin after he attacked him. That's a great point. Vince did keep Austin after he attacked him. That's a great point. Then Bam tells me to turn off OnlyFans. I'm telling you guys, I don't watch porn on my laptop. I watch porn on my phone. So I learned my lesson not to.
That's even worse because you carry that thing in your pocket everywhere you go.
Okay, so all right.
Just have your
Like,
fucking porn catalog in your pocket? Why?
and it's not like I watch it every fucking day either.
Sure.
But no, it's like it's got to be something with StreamYard. But yeah, I'm sorry, guys. Let's go ahead and continue. So,
How
hey,
much longer is this interview, anyways?
I have no idea. Let's continue, but I'm gonna put this in the chat. See if either Dave or Tex wants to come in. I'll have to keep looking, but let's go ahead. I have to bring back up the share screen because it kicked the share screen off completely. Do you leave or does StreamYard kick you completely out?
No, I refresh it because I think it's something happening on my end.
No, it's got to be StreamYard then. It's got to be StreamYard. If it's acting up, it's got to be StreamYard causing the problem.
Yeah, when I
All
stopped
right.
hearing you,
Yeah.
I refreshed my shit because I thought maybe StreamYard's acting up and I just lost you.
Well, don't, because a lot of times when you kick out, it kicks you completely out. So don't refresh. Just you can at least keep talking and buy me some time.
Well, if your internet is going out and it's turning you off completely, then
I'll reach you somehow. Let's just say that. But let's go ahead and continue.
Protect the gimmick.
What's the worst injury you ever got wrestling, if you don't mind me asking?
So I tore some meniscus one time in my knee. I've torn both my biceps. I tore my patella tendon in my left knee, and that was at the New Year's Revolution pay-per-view in Puerto Rico.
Oh,
and
wow.
Like Hunter tore his quad tendon. If you tear your quad tendon, it's difficult to walk, but you can limp, and maybe with a cane you can make it. When you tear your patella tendon, your leg just buckles. It just folds left. And that's one of those.
That's Triple H.
Achilles may be the worst. I didn't have Achilles, knock on wood, but the patella.
I mean, Triple H only had one torn. I think he had the other. Didn't he have both? Like one torn. I know one got torn in 01, and then he came back in 02. Didn't he have another one torn? Or
that I don't remember Triple H's exact injury. To be honest with you.
I remember when Vince did the run-in where Batista and John Cena won the Royal Rumble, and he torn both of his quads at the same time. I think that's just outrageous how you do that. Like, yeah, they said he was sitting at a seated position and got up and ran to, got up and then I guess he was sitting in the chair forever. And then I guess when you do something like that without stretching or even making other types of movements, running down and jump in the ring, like it's going guess it like he's already in his 50s, late 50s when that happened. Like now he's almost 80. Maybe he's in his 60s at that time. But yeah.
Skeleton is probably the second worst injury you could have because it's like a 9-month rehabilitation time.
Yeah.
And for some reason, the doctor cleared me after 6 months, and I was put right at the angle with Kurt Angle.
Yeah.
And at the time I couldn't keep up with him. I couldn't move. I couldn't run. I couldn't pivot. If you watch some of those matches with me and Kurt, it's like you could tell I had a huge leg brace on, and I'm half limping across the ring. It's like, what the heck?
Didn't you get hurt when you was a tag team champion with Regal?
Yeah.
Okay, that's what I thought. Because then Todd Jerry came in. Him and Todd Jerry started their tag team.
Todd Jerry. It's Todd Jerry.
Yeah, Regal to
Todd Jerry.
Before, so they had the fans eyes. They had a relationship starting earlier, but
oh, what was he calling him?
Todd Jerry.
Todd Jerry.
Todd Jerry, like a fucking redneck. Todd Jerry.
When I got injured, I think Flower Resistance won it back at a live event, and then maybe Tajiri jumped in there and they tagged for a while, but then Regal was sent to Smack.
Okay. So I was going to ask you about this, about what we talked about off the air.
Mm-hmm.
So I go back and I watch on Peacock, where you can watch all live events and Raw and SmackDown and whatnot.
That's not true. There's a lot of that catalog not there.
One episode of Monday Night Raw where you had a World Heavyweight title shot against Chris.
What?
He said you could go on Peacock and watch the whole catalog of the live events of all Monday Night Raw and SmackDown. Like, that's not true. I said a lot of that content's not there.
Well, most of it is there. Like, they're not gonna have. I don't even think they have Raw's Owen show, and you definitely don't have the Chris Benoit tribute. That's definitely never. You'll never see that again, because especially, honestly, what happened. But maybe Owen Raw's Owen is on there, but. You know, they probably don't want to have it up there because it has a bad image. But I think most of the Raws and SmackDowns are up on there. Like, I know, like, I think the show where Draws got injured, I think that was that a SmackDown or was that a house show? That might have been a SmackDown. I mean,
I don't really know that far back, to be honest.
Let's go ahead and continue. No, hold on. Let's see how far. Oh my god. Okay. It looks like it's about another 13 minutes.
That's not bad.
So,
okay.
All right.
I was going to say, if it was another hour, I was going to tear my fucking hair out.
I knew the storyline where, I don't know if this is right when it happened, but, he was your best friend and Evolution was giving you a hard time. But yeah, I watched that match 2 nights ago. So what are how did that come about? Like, what are your thoughts on the storyline of Evolution and Benoit being the champion and your best friend on screen? How does that work? That's a loaded question. I'm sorry.
Well, I mean, I don't know what you mean. Like, I don't want to say to work, but I mean,
how was the match?
I was a new guy there. I wasn't going to turn down any ideas, and I thought it was actually good. And it was a lot Triple H leading it because he was the one getting the heat, manipulating Eugene. You know what I mean? And everybody else was kind of a pawn of Triple H at the time. It was awesome. I mean, I wrestled Benoit years earlier when I was in OVW. They brought him into a big show we had. Cornette brought him in to wrestle me. And wrestling Benoit, I went 20 minutes toe-to-toe. I didn't get beat. I didn't win. I think it was a disqualification finish. But the fans at Louisville then saw me as a star when Benoit didn't I don't want to say kill me, but I didn't,
Oh,
just destroy me.
I didn't want to say him killed me. That would be a double meaning, wouldn't it? Like, wow. I mean,
I don't even know if he actually meant to say that in that interview, but it just happened.
yeah, I think he's got. I think he caught himself, and then he's like, he's he killed me, but I think he caught himself for saying that. So I thought that was hilarious.
Me in the ring,
Right.
and I looked at him. He was a mentor, and I traveled with him. He would, when I was in WWE, he would come to me and Rob Conway and say, "What did you think of my match?" And like seriously want critique. And I remember leading up to the WrestleMania. When was the triple threat with him and Triple H?
20.
That 20. Yeah. Leading up to that, Rob was on TV. I wasn't yet, but I was on the live events. And Benoit said, "Well, what do you think of the match?" And I think some little minute like nitpicky thing that no fan is ever going to recognize. I said, you did something and you should have set it up by doing the move. He did a counter before he did the move. And I don't remember what the counter was. The move was the backdrop. So then in the triple threat match, the first thing he does is give Shawn Michaels a backdrop. I don't know if Shawn Sunset flipped him or did the leapfrog over him, but you do the counter after you show him the actual move. And Benoit took that to heart and put it in his WrestleMania match. So it was like, wow.
That's really cool.
Because I tell you what, I've watched a lot of WrestleMania matches. That one probably right to this day is my favorite WrestleMania match of all time. Like it's just brilliant.
I was always felt like a triple threat match takes away from a world title match, but that one made it.
I agree.
That's what made I think Benoit the super duper star. Like everybody was liking him, and then after that it was like then it was emotional.
Yep.
Do you miss being in the WWE?
Real emotional when he did what he did.
Man, I mean,
Oh, that's fucked up. I mean, I know some of his friends. It's hard for them to separate the Chris Benoit, the friend, and Chris Benoit, the who murdered his family. Like, I do believe. Honestly, if you ask me, I think it's mixture of a lot of things. Obviously, he had CTE. He had very badly version of CTE. It's proven. They said that he had drugs in his system, like steroids. Could that have been something? Yeah, but I don't think it was roid rage, unless, let's say, he ward raged and killed his wife the first night. But you don't have a ward rage that lasts until the next day where you kill your son. Like, because ward rage only lasts for a little bit. Like it doesn't go for days or hours. It goes for a little bit, Like, I could see, a lot of like marriage problems caused a lot of it. But I do think it's CTE is probably one of the bigger things cause of it, and they found alcohol in his like a bottle of wine in his gym, and but they said they couldn't find any alcohol in their system, so that bottle could have been there for a while,
Yeah.
But I don't know, like it's the only ever seen the one person I know that I was friends with that I ever saw on the news was a dude I worked with. Um, he ended up doing uh underage stuff. Let's just say that. I don't want to give too much away, but he was and he was found wanted. And I told this story where I came in, I was sitting in the car for a while. I probably was either looking through my phone, trying to look at Twitter or something. and this is before I was doing editing on my phone all the time, you know. So, and I was probably in my car for like 20 minutes. So I just happened to walk in. I was hearing about this news story. I looked up to the right and I saw it on TV on the news. I was like, I told my mom, I was like, oh my God, I used to work with that guy. Like, I never thought I would ever see something like that in my life, but that was like nothing, something I've never seen before. But that's probably the only thing close to that. But what did you ever had anything like that in your lifetime?
Nope.
No. But I can see it's hard to separate the friend, like a good friend, and someone who's a criminal. If you fight, he was a good person, and then he does something crazy that you would never fight do them. Like it, I can understand that it's hard for them to separate it. You know, I think it'd be hard for me to separate from it too, because when Benoit tragedy happened, I was in denial for a while. That I I was in the bus or in the boat with the whole Kevin Sullivan uh, theory, and then after years later, finally, just or maybe later on, that I kind of settled in. It's like there's so much evidence pointing to Chris doing it that like I was a huge Chris Benoit fan, and it broke my heart when that happened. To the point, like, I still want to watch wrestling anymore. But anything you want to add, or you want to continue?
What's going on there, Juan?
What?
So, someone in my chat came in. No,
I miss the guys. I miss
What?
I said you can continue.
Oh,
the fun times. I don't miss getting slammed around and fucking chopped and stuff like that. And I don't know if my knees could take the travel today, but you know, I wouldn't mind sitting in the locker room and BSing with the guys and having a good time.
Well, real quick, I know, like, you know, how Hunter's taken over, and I think we're getting away from the PG era, and, you know, they're starting to cuss more and say more stuff. And I really think now that you said it, I really think your character could probably come back and work in this day. You know, like you
I
said, Hunter
don't,
WWE.
but
I think they can make it happen now after talking to
They
them.
could probably make it
Well,
work.
I mean, the thing is, you know, my law team told me not to confirm.
I think the only way it could work is, like I said, they actually had to find a real mentally handicapped person.
I
I
disagree with
think
that.
I just don't see someone could like Nick Dismore doing it, like, because they're like, yeah, I mean, he's portraying a gimmick, but there's so much people are like, you know, they're really touchy. I wouldn't care nowadays. Like, I'm happy that Tommy didn't take offensive to it, because I could easily see uh mentally challenged people. Like, I'm not gonna say Tommy's really mentally challenged. I'm like, I think he's like being
He's not
high
as dumb
functioning.
as people think he is.
Yeah, I don't think he's dumb. I don't think he's dumb. So I think he needs to quit comparing himself as a mentally challenged, because I'm like, does he has a little bit of this disabled? Yes, but like, people say I do because my speech impediment. But I'm like, to me, I'm like, is that really a this disability? Like, that I have a hard time speaking sometimes. Like, I don't count that. Like, Like, but if you're like what Eugene is, that's a full on mentally challenged handicapped person, you know? So I don't see it could work unless there's a real mentally challenged person behind it. But I could be wrong.
Confirm or deny that I'm currently in negotiations with WWE or AEW. But as the Hulkster says, never say never, brother.
Yeah.
Dude, I tell you what, I'm gonna freak out if you show up on either product, because then I'll be like, guys, he's on. We interviewed this dude. He was on our show. Son of a gun.
I also played Doink the Clown.
You did.
Yeah.
Most
You did.
definitely.
I forgot about that.
I think Doink the Clown should be in the WWE Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
He's an instant recognizable character. He's instantly over.
Hold on, isn't he in the Hall of Fame?
I think he is. Go ahead and
I
fact
think-
check that.
I think he is in the Hall of Fame. Like, I mean, maybe I could be wrong. I'm gonna look that up real quick. W3.com.
I
Let's
could swear he's
see.
in the Hall of Fame, yeah.
All right, let me switch over to this one.
Well, while you do that real quick, I'm going to take my sugar pill.
Go ahead. Where is it? All right. Go to Hall of Fame.
Oh, shit. The pills are on the floor. Good place for them.
What?
So my pills were on the floor, so that's a good place for them.
Yep. Maybe he isn't. I mean, not under. Maybe. Oh gosh, trying to think of the guy who played him. I don't think it'd be under his name because I know. They don't call Scott Hall in here in the Hall of Fame. They call him Razor Ramon.
Although he could have went in under either name. Let's be real.
Well, yeah. See, Scott Hall.
I mean, when you think about it,
Razor.
they don't have the Undertaker in there as Mark Calloway, right?
Yeah, they don't. That's true. So it looks like Doink is not in the Hall of Fame. I'm shocked. I really thought he was in the Hall of Fame. Even though, look, they have Scott Hall as Razor Ramon, but they got Kevin Nash as Kevin Nash, but he's wearing the Diesel singlet.
That's what I'm saying. Scott Hall could have went in under either name.
Well, then, if that's true, then we should look up and see if Diesel. And I don't see Diesel. So I think Doink the Clown is not in the Hall of Fame. So that's shocking.
That says he's in the Hall of Lame.
Yeah, the Hall of
Recognizable character
Lame.
for 25 years, 30 years. And I think all the guys that played Doink the Clown should be inducted in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
I agree.
So here's a hardball question for you. Do you think Eugene deserves to be in the WWE Hall of Fame?
No.
I don't know if Eugene does. I mean, maybe. I mean, if they start like just inducting everybody, then yes. But I mean, maybe or maybe not. I mean, I realistically, I had a short run, but it was a skyrocket run. I don't know of other characters that debut on Raw and then like 5 or 6 weeks later they're in the ring with The Rock.
Right. Yeah.
Skyrocket, and it wasn't. I don't think WWE expected me to succeed. They might have, but I don't think they expected the characters to succeed. And when I did, then they just took me right up to right to the top, right to the main event with Hunter.
Personally, I think you should be inducted in there because I think you
Oh
have
my
your
God.
own part of history in the WWE, and I think Eugene has a place, even if it is a gimmick character. It deserves to have a spot in the Hall of Fame.
Tell us you're kissing his ass, Tommy, without telling us you're kissing his ass.
Yeah, exactly. I hate to agree, with Rose, he is kissing his ass, isn't he? I mean, like, you don't have to, like, like, be honest. Like, to me, I mean, maybe he really does think that. Like, a lot of times when someone says I'm kissing someone's ass, like I'm a fan of Saul Monster, and I'm sure some people would like I kiss his ass, but is it really kissing his ass if you really agree with his point? Like, if you listen to what he says and it makes sense, like, and you're not allowed to agree with the person.
Well, but Tommy's not agreeing with Eugene. Tommy is agreeing with himself.
Well,
Eugene said the Eugene character probably doesn't belong in the Hall of Fame.
no,
But
but
Tommy
there's
goes, "Oh, I think you do deserve to be in the Hall of Fame." Blah 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 blah. You know, that's ass kissing.
yeah, I agree that's ass kissing because I mean, there's certain people who I feel like in the Hall of Fame should not be in the Hall of Fame. Like, I should do a bit where, all right, we should like eliminate this person, we should eliminate that person. Like, there's a lot of people in the Hall of Fame deserves to be kicked out, and it really makes the Hall of Fame looks like shit when they're in there. Like Drew Carey, that he's my number one target.
Well,
God,
he's in the
man.
celebrity wing for the
Yeah,
Royal
but
Rumble appearance.
yeah, but that's it. The guy didn't do anything. He showed up in the Royal Rumble. He saw Kane, and he offered him money, and then he jumped out of
Probably
the
shit
ring.
his pants at the same time.
Yeah. So, and that guy deserved to be in the Hall of Fame for that. Like, wow, I thought at least Pete Rose earned his spot. Not only is kind of like he couldn't get in the baseball Hall of Fame, but at least he did like several times he showed up at WrestleMania. And good
And he
point.
always kept going after Kane, no matter how much of a bad idea he already knew it was.
Yeah, exactly. It was to the point every year after he did it two in a row. It was like, is he going to do it again this year? It was like when, and it sucked that ended after WrestleMania 15. I was kind of hoping they would figure another way where Pete Rose going to try to like get one over Kane, but it'd been funny to see that continue. But let's go ahead and continue.
Rock.
Ooh.
Maybe Regal, maybe Bischoff. I don't know.
Or maybe
I was thinking Regal.
Ooh,
I think it should be Bischoff, but we get Regal in there somehow.
Yeah.
Like maybe he can just start stripping and streaking. And
Tommy, you fucking laugh so loud.
They got pull people off the stage.
Dude, that'd be hilarious.
Oh, jeez.
That would be funny as hell.
I truly wish, and I think it was 2009 when you came back and had the contract. You should have just grabbed it. You should have just grabbed it.
That ran through my mind all day because I knew I was rehired, but I knew I was getting fired again after that.
Yeah, I think
I showed up there and they said we're not selling old fat Eugene. Apparently, I didn't realize Eugene had to be a body guy. I wasn't in great shape. I should have been in better shape, but I wasn't. You know, I didn't need to be overly much. Eugene just was. I don't know, and I got released for being fat.
we liked the
time.
character.
That's a good point.
That's what we liked was you, the character,
Yeah.
and the way you brought yourself out. That's what we liked as a kid and all that, dude. When me and my brother used to freaking go wild when you come out, dude. Like, so, you want to? We're about at the time. Do you want to ask him anything or?
Well, Eugene, we have a thing we do on here. It's
I don't have it ready.
You don't have it ready?
No.
Okay.
I swear to God, if he asked.
Well, we have a segment on here
Hollywood.
where you are welcome to ask me
Oh yeah.
one question and one impression, and you're welcome to ask him any way how you want to ask him.
All right, I got one question. Who's your Mount Rushmore of pro wrestling?
Oh
4 guys.
God.
4 guys? Shoot.
That's a good question.
Yeah.
No, it's not.
So I would say Goldberg,
Wow.
The Undertaker,
Okay.
Sting, and he is on the AEW circuit, Danhausen.
What?
I bet that is not what you thought was gonna happen.
That's horrible.
That's the only time Danhausen has ever been mentioned in a Mount Rushmore of wrestling, without a doubt.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, I think it's Hogan,
Mhm.
Austin, Cena, and Andre.
Oh,
Andre's got to be up there. I couldn't
Andre's
believe you
in
didn't
there.
say Andre.
Andre's up on my thumb. Andre's my thumb because
Well, there's another monument up by Mount Rushmore that's called Crazy Horse, which is even bigger than Mount Rushmore. And I think The Rock is Crazy Horse because, like, The Rock kind of transcended and became bigger, although he's still very much in the business.
Yeah, I agree.
That's a good point.
You guys ever seen the Crazy Horse monument?
Yeah.
no, I don't think I have.
I've seen
Still being
pictures.
built, right? And you can see the photos from when they started building it. They'd have to go around this mountain to get to the top, and they start carving the mountain down. It's a native, a particular native Crazy Horse, and then he's extending his arm all the way out, and you can go up and like walk on the arm, like all the way out. And they're still starting to like create the hand now. You check it out. It's a really cool monument.
Yes, it is.
So what's your impression for me?
I don't know. Who's your best impression? You know your impressions.
This is for you, man. Like you
do a wrestler one.
What's a wrestler you would like me to do? Or
Tony Maria.
Huh? Who?
Tony Maria. Come on. God damn it. Kid.
Tony who?
The finish. Double crossbody roll through the finish, kid. God damn it.
I think I lost Casey again. Third time. He told me not to refresh this time, so I'm not refreshing. I'll give it a couple minutes to see if it comes back. As I lose the battle to Team Rocket because my team was tired. So, let's continue talking about this game. They redrew all 151 Pokemon's back sprites to resemble more of the Gold, Silver, and Crystal style for Gen 1. They added overworld use of HM moves for like Cut and Surf and stuff like that, which is really good for this game. Cut is just like they did in Crystal Legacy. Cut has been made a bug type move. Some moves have been rebalanced, which means some moves have been made weaker. Some moves have been made stronger. Learn sets have been added to the Pokédex. So, for example, let's just go to Spearow here. Go to move. And you can see his learn set. So he will learn Joe Peck at 24. Well, it'll be a little later. It'll be a little later than that because he evolves Zafiro. So now let's check Vulpix. I actually want to see his moves because I want to know when to evolve him into Arcanine Ninetales. So I'd actually want him to probably have Nightshade, maybe Fire Spin. So I'd either evolve him at 32 or 42. I'd have to check. And then these are the TM moves you can learn, whatnot. So that's that. The bag storage for this version has been increased from 20 items to 60, which is nice. You don't have to worry about carrying, constantly throwing away valuable items because you can't carry them. I'm going to reset because apparently Casey...
I'm back.
There he is. Never mind. Third time, huh, Casey?
Yeah, I don't know what's going on. I mean, I don't know if StreamYard fucking with my internet or what. Like, I'm actually on my hotspot right now. So to get it going, I actually reset my internet. Look like it might be good to go. Look, we'll see how it goes with the hotspot right now. Probably not a good idea, but
we only got a few minutes left. We only got a few minutes left in this video, and then we'll probably call it a night because we've been going for almost 3 hours.
God dang, we have, haven't we?
Yeah.
We've been stretching this out. All right, let's go.
Well, let's see. I've been live for 2 hours and 34 minutes, and you started probably maybe a little less than 10 minutes before me. So,
Yeah.
yeah, so I said we've
Yeah.
been going for almost 3 hours.
Yeah, I've been doing this all day, actually.
Well, you did the BackLash watch along while I was asleep. So,
yeah, and then I did about 40 minutes game hunting, and now this.
yeah.
So let's go ahead and get going.
Oh yeah, Snappadoo Slim Jim. Oh yeah.
What was the Slim Jim in?
Eyes the limit, face is the place.
The face is the place. Feeling good. Feeling right. What
He
was
also
the?
said one time,
Huh?
a hard man to find.
Yeah.
You're a hard man to find. Ooh yeah.
A hard man
All right, Tommy, enough of that, please.
Hard man to find.
That's
I'll tell you something. The Macho Man gonna deliver.
horrible.
He's coming down that ring with the style and profiling, and he's gonna deliver tonight. Ooh,
Hey.
yeah.
What's Macho Man's other wrestling name?
Other-
Bonesaw.
Yeah, dude, that's my. Dude,
What?
Spider-Man.
Bonesaw.
Is
Yeah,
ready.
Bonesaw. Yeah,
Is he ready?
that's horrible.
Jesus.
That's absolute.
What's that? How was that? How was
How
that?
you doing?
Perfect. Awesome. 5 stars.
Terrible.
Throw the roses.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he's being
Throw, more
nice.
like throw
I really
tomatoes.
appreciate. Is there?
What?
He said, awesome, spectacular. Throw roses. I'm like, throw tomatoes.
Yeah, exactly. I thought you said throw Cheetos. Like,
No, throw tomatoes. It was rotten.
exactly. I mean, I'm sorry, Tommy. That was pretty bad. I mean, man, like he was being nice, saying 5 stars. Like, what is he, fucking Dave Meltzer now?
Hey, at least he didn't give
Fine.
it 7 stars.
Yeah, it'd be 7 stars if it was in the Tokyo Dome.
Anything you would like to plug?
Oh my!
Man, I got my Twitter, which is at the letter U, or my X, I guess, at the letter U, Gene Dinsmore, Dinsmore. I got I do have a Instagram, which is Nick Dinsmore, but I don't post a lot on the Instagram. I feel like I got too old when it came out. It was just like I'm beyond that. Maybe not. I try to. And then of course my new YouTube channel, Eugene Behind the Scenes. And like I said, one of the upcoming videos is the way I remember it, this was the night that Eugene and Trish Stratus shared a moment.
Ooh.
Eugene Behind the Scenes channel.
Outstanding.
Hell yeah. Everybody go follow, go subscribe to that for sure.
Yep.
Yep.
Go check him out. Like, again, I want to say thank you so much for coming on. You
One more question. All right. So, who would win in a match? Eugene or James Ellsworth?
Man, I don't know. That's like I wanted WWE to come out with a 3-pack of action figures that was like the ultimate underdogs, or 4-pack. Maybe it's Ellsworth and Eugene and Funaki and Spike Dudley or something. Like ultimate.
Dudley.
Man, I don't know. I think I'm still a little bit bigger than him, and I don't think he's muscle tone.
Hold on, what about that dude that was in the ECW relaunch? That was like like Mikey Whipwreck repackaged, like him, where he wasn't supposed to be doing good, but he was the ultimate underdog on ECW. God.
I don't know who you're talking about.
Well, they had a guy pretty much who was the ultimate underdog, and all that happens is they would destroy him, and then they'll just have him pinned. And I think they did the whole thing like almost like X-Pac when he got the pin over Scott Hall. So I wouldn't do Funaki. Funaki was a cruiserweight champion at one point, wasn't he?
Funaki
And
was
no,
funny. I liked him.
yeah, I could see Spike Dudley, yes, but yeah, Funaki wouldn't be part of that. But Ellsworth, I wouldn't put Ellsworth in there. You get that fucking thing taken down because uh he's been canceled.
And I think since he's got no chin, I think I can knock him out easy. Really.
There you go. Final 1, 2, 3.
Damn.
Man.
Outstanding. I appreciate you, man. Seriously, it's been a great time, and I've interviewed, Ellsworth and our Truth, and this one's you've probably got to been our favorite one. Seriously.
Cool. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
I like doing these interviews. I have a good time, and they always seem to be fun. And I'm always interested in hearing what people have to say. The chat when they ask the questions, or just guys like you that put in the effort to talk about wrestling, which I think has caused a resurgence in like independent wrestling in the United States. I mean, it's becoming more and more popular. So thank you guys.
I will email you the link to his page and then the video and stuff.
Perfect.
All right, everybody. The former WWE superstar Eugene.
Hey.
Awesome.
Thank you so much, man. We really appreciate having you on tonight.
It looks like his glasses was frogged
Folks,
up.
that was Eugene right there, and a tremendous guy, a ball of energy, honestly, just outstanding. Like, it's great to have him on here, and
I feel so lucky.
I
was struck the whole time.
He went over too.
Oh, I mean, yeah.
He won.
We appreciate you, man.
Yeah,
Thank you.
yeah, we do. Like,
that was a good thing. I'm surprised he stayed along. He was a good dude, like you said, starstruck dude. Like
You one time you were like, you got a question. I was like,
yeah, he was.
I was like,
I mean, dude, he was with The Rock, Hulk Hogan, WWE. I mean, dude, he's his character's good, and I hope it makes a surge back.
I think so too.
oh, most definitely. I think that I can't wait to see what and definitely if you want to come back on, Eugene, you're always welcome back here on the show. We send love to all our guests, and we appreciate all the people that we have here on the show.
Yeah,
and we love it here at the Super Fun Time Show. And
he just emailed us and said, "Thank you guys, great interview."
Yeah, dude. Honestly,
he's down to earth, man. He knows
super
where he
cool,
came from.
dude. Super cool.
Kissing that ass.
oh yeah, he is and I love just his open.
What's up?
So they're kissing that ass. I tell you, they got their nose so very deep, buried so deep in his ass. They're gonna have to wash it off.
Holy shit, we got Mello in the chat.
Mello.
Thumbs up. My man, what's up, my man? I appreciate you coming by. Hey, did Fami make an appearance? I'm just curious.
Oh no.
So, hey. No, I mean, I made a donation say I demand Fami now. But I'm sure Mello knows why I brought this up. Like when he was saying that Tommy did an interview with Eugene. It's like, oh, I gotta see this. I got to. Mello did say, Fami did. You missed it. Yeah, I did. Fami called Tommy when he hung up. Yeah, when like you guys were talking about where Tommy said he did an interview with Eugene. It's like, oh my god, I got to see this interview. And apparently, like they said, R-Truth, they did one with R-Truth and someone else. It's like, dude, we gotta react to this. Like, we were already just gonna review Backlash. But when I saw this, I was like, oh, this would be funny to watch. Like, I think there was a bunch of good questions. Tommy actually said something really smart, where he's saying as like I said again, I don't think Tommy's really mentally handicapped. I think he's not dumb at all. So I just hate to say this. I feel like like I don't like when people use their injury as a crutch, saying I'm mentally handicapped. But he says he's high function autistic, so like uh I don't think he's dumb at all. And he had some good answers or questions, like when he was saying that he didn't take that gimmick offended, that he wasn't offended to it. I was like that he was he appreciated it actually. Oh, Mello said Tommy is a fake high functioning, but I like to give Tommy some props. I thought the interview was actually kind of funny and it had some good questions, but there was some hokey stuff like when he's like, "Do you think uh Eugene deserves to be in the Hall of Fame?" I'm like, no, come on, man. I'm like, when Eugene enters the Hall of Fame, that they ran out of people,
Pretty much.
like you're really scraping the bottom of the barrel when you get to Eugene in the Hall of Fame. Let's say maybe if he won let's say the Intercontinental belt, then maybe. Or like, yeah, he won the tag team belt, but I think that's as high as he ever got in the WWE. He never got any singles title. Like if he had the world title, he definitely deserves to be in the Hall of Fame. But because not only you have the underdog gimmick, you were a champion, but he was only a tag team champion. Not even the Intercontinental or United States champion. So I'm like, but there's definitely a few people in the Hall of Fame I think he deserves more than others. Like, I mean, some like when they inducted Vince McMahon Senior's limo driver. Like, hold on, why is he in the Hall of Fame?
The limo driver?
Yeah, the limo driver. Like,
That
he's
makes sense.
inducted. Like, I think it's because maybe he was a loyal worker at the WWF. But there's some people, okay, I can understand if they're a loyal worker. Like, that's Susan person that was inducted as a warrior inductee. But, and actually, she got released recently, too. But, I don't know. I mean, I don't see Eugene ever getting inducted.
I don't either. That's ludicrous.
Yeah, like, yeah, I'm sorry. No, there's other people. Like, even I would see Doink the Clown get in the Hall of Fame before he does. And I'm talking about the gimmick, not the many wrestlers that were behind the gimmick. Like, like, but or like, there's some people who deserve to be in it, like Miss Elizabeth. Miss Elizabeth is not in the Hall of Fame. Like, how is that possible? Like, she's the first woman of wrestling, even though that's not truly. She's definitely. If you think the first woman of the WWF, that's Miss Elizabeth. Not being in the Hall of Fame is a crying shame. But what do you thought about the interview?
I thought it was cringe mostly.
I didn't love his cringe, but I think there was good
There's a
questions.
couple of good questions on there, but Tommy just dude, I don't know, man. Can't take him seriously. You just can't.
Well, I think he got starstruck. So maybe when he gets starstruck, he kiss a little ass. I'm like, I think that's probably what happened. But like, I don't know until I'm in that same situation. I know when, like, let's say if I'm on Cronin's show or Ken's show, I don't feel as comfortable. Like if I was on Drew's channel or your channel, like because I'm used to that and I know the flow of the channel that I'm able to get my word in when I can, you know? But if I go on the Cronin show, like one, there's a million people on there anyways with him. And so you're fighting just to get a word edgewise. And then there's no point even saying anything, you know? Like, and Ken, like, I mean, I'd love to be on Ken's show more often, but like sometimes I'm like kind of starstruck with Ken a little bit, like because he's such a good guy and a really funny guy that I almost feel like I can't really get in that groove like I am on my channel, on your channel, or even when I'm on Drew's channel. You know, I just feel like I'm staring into the abyss. Like, what can I say? Funny, you know?
Yeah, it's like you got to try to be funny on their channels, otherwise you don't make it.
Yeah. Like I just like I know they know I'm funny, but it's just I'm trying to prove I am, but it's sometimes it's hard. Like I do get starstruck with Ken. And like I know there's a lot of people hate Cronin. I don't hate Cronin. I still watch him seeing what's going on. Is it the same? No. I mean,
I haven't
uh,
watched Monetize This since like episode 305. Or what are they at now? Almost 500?
I think 450, give or take. I don't know. Like I'm not. I don't want to send hate to anyone. Like why do that? You know. Like, but I agree. There was definitely cringe, and there was definitely ass kissing. And Tommy is far from the only one who's ass kissing. Those guys were kissing his ass as well too. They're like, are they gonna tell? Well, honestly, Nick, out of the three, you were the worst interview. You know, you're not gonna say that. Like, if you enjoyed it, you're like, oh, this is definitely one of my favorites. Probably the favorite interview I had. You know,
I don't
but
know. Like I said, with the voice actors I've interviewed, I've had like 4 of them on my channel over the years. And I've
yeah.
never said to any of them, oh, you were my favorite interview, you know? I say that I enjoy it and everything else, and I move on. I don't be like, "Oh, you're my favorite interview. This was amazing." You know?
Not to say amazing, but like I can understand why not say your favorite because maybe you're thinking something else later on could be your favorite, you know, or could sound hokey or uh corny. But Tommy was far from the only one who was kissing ass. But they
Oh,
and
they both were, but
yeah,
it
but
was
they're
it was
good.
it wasn't funny. I didn't really laugh at much of anything on that. If anything, Casey, let's maybe not do that ever again.
I don't know. I mean, I might want to review his R Truth one.
You can
I
have fun.
like. I thought it was interesting. It was something different. Like,
It was
and I don't.
different, and I gave it a shot. I'm not a Tommy guy, and I don't know if I can handle any more of his cringe.
Well, I thought it was worth a shot. It was
And
something
the
different.
fact that he did that 2 days ago and only got 180 views And I played a fucking
Oh.
Mario game from almost 25 years ago and got 100 views in one night. I ought to tell you something. He's got a dead channel.
Oh, yeah. Guess what? I just loaded it, reloaded it, refresh it, and it still says 180 views. That's not good. Oh, you know what? While we're here, let's just see what he does on these.
Oh yeah, we were supposed to look at his channel, see how active he is now on it.
Okay, well, his videos, it's not very often. Because look, videos 3 weeks ago, 1 month ago, 2 months ago, 5 months ago. So as videos, he doesn't do often.
And he used to do videos all the time
Yeah.
when Cronin fucking and Ken and everybody gave him attention.
Well, look, this is what he does live. He does. This one was 2 days ago. Oh no. This one was 2 weeks ago and it got less views. It got only 140 views.
Wow.
This one was 2 weeks ago, only got 66 views.
Jesus.
This one, 148 views. That was
What about
3
his
weeks
shorts?
ago.
How are his shorts doing?
Okay, move over to shorts. Better. 269, 614, 553, 8.2K views. This one's, oh yes, Godzilla -1 has the better atomic, I guess, breath. Oscar winner, oh yes. So his shorts seems to get more views actually.
For 100,000
Yeah,
channel, his shorts would be still getting a lot more than that.
I agree. That's probably why he has that.
When I just did one of my shorts the other day. Now my shorts haven't been hitting the numbers they usually hit, or they were at the start of this year and the end of last year. My last one got 464 views, I think.
Yeah.
When normally I'm getting closer to 1,000 or over 1,000. And again, I only have less than 800 views. I shouldn't be getting those kinds of numbers. Tommy should be blowing my numbers away. And he's not.
Well, this is Drew McIntyre. Let's do this one. Drew McIntyre says, I look like Sergeant Slaughter's
put the
son.
cover on, I become Sergeant Slaughter instant.
When I met this man, Drew McIntyre, at a wrestling event, it was Adam Paciotti's wrestling event in Florida, and when I met this man, the reason why I'm laughing like that, because Drew said it's like I'm standing next to Sergeant Slaughter's son. And I admit, Sergeant Slaughter is an icon. He is one of the most iconic wrestlers in wrestling entertainment. But yeah, it was one of those moments that just makes you laugh when you're getting your picture with the dude. And I ran into him on accident. But yeah, apparently I look like Sergeant Slaughter's son to Drew McIntyre, apparently. But yeah, it was really cool. He was really tall, and I'm only 5'10". But yeah.
Well, that's
crazy.
Such an engaging YouTube short there, Tommy.
Yeah, and also, this looks like a Walmart that's behind him, doesn't it? It almost looks like a Walmart. Like, it looks like right there is like the checkout lines, and then here's the vending machines. So this doesn't look like a where did you say, a convention?
Adam Paciotti's wrestling event.
Yeah, but doesn't this looks like a Walmart? It's
Or
like
maybe he
ran-
filmed it. Maybe he filmed it after the fact and not while he was there. Which, if he would have did it while he
Hi,
was
I'm
there,
Tommy.
Oh, hold on. Sorry.
Something interesting about me. I don't know why I do this sometimes.
Sorry.
When I see bald people in public and I know who they are, I just want to ask them,
Oh, shit.
are you bald because you're... Just want to come on here and vent about...
Sorry about that. anytime I go up, it starts a video up.
Well, yeah, because when the shorts do that and you scroll up or down, it'll play another one.
That's bullshit. Because then that gets a view. He says, I fell in love with a girl that I met in hell. That got. You know what? We should say the one that got 8.2 views.
I think Godzilla -1 has the better atomic breath because it's like an atomic bomb explosion. Honestly, Dominary. Oscar.
That's it. That got 8.2K views? What? How does that give that type of views?
Well, I got over 2,600 on a short, and all I did was put one of my Miku figures on a turntable and spun it.
You know what? I might should still an idea. Just put like a cartridge and spin it, and maybe I get. That's not a bad idea. Like if I get a turntable and put like one of my rare games on and just spin it, maybe, and then just do a quick one, so it'll force people to watch it again. Maybe that's a good idea.
And the shorts I make are only like between 15 and 30 seconds usually. I don't do the 1 minute long shorts.
Oh, Tommy, please don't shave again. You look horrible. He really doesn't look good there. Keep the goatee. Like, and change the pictures. I'm sorry, Tommy. Oh my God. With that hair right here, you know what he looks like? Right there? Think of a fat version of Bam Major nowadays.
Margera.
Yeah. Doesn't he look like him a little bit? Like the nowadays the old Bam now?
And do you know if Tommy's still into that Trisha Paytas woman?
I'm sure he is. I'm like, I can see why. I'm like, I don't see. I'm not gonna knock him. Like, I like big women, and then like I can see why. Hold on, look at that. He has brass knuckles with tasers built on him. Isn't that illegal?
Brass knucks with tasers on them?
Yeah, brass knuckles itself is illegal. I think even with making with tasers, uh, that's even more illegal.
I don't know why brass knucks are illegal in general. If fucking you can walk around with a gun, you can't walk around with brass knucks.
I don't know, but I know it's not legal because you're not supposed to have brass knuckles.
Yeah, it's supposed to have a gun either, but most people have them. You can get permits for those. You can't
Oh,
get permits for
yeah,
brass
you can
knucks.
get. No, you can't get a permit for brass knuckles.
Well, that's what I'm saying, though. You can get a permit for something you can shoot somebody with, but you can't get
Yeah,
a permit for something that you literally have to put effort into smacking somebody with.
no, I agree. I mean, but I don't know. But this has 5.5K views. So let's take a look at that one.
Daddy's got a teasy. Daddy's got a teasy.
God,
Yeah, got a taser. Are you fucking kidding me?
see, and that's how he gets that so many views because it does it real quick. You know, it's like what, 3 seconds, 4 seconds? Oh my God, that is not look good. Let's see where else we got. I'm just curious. Daddy has a daisy.
Yeah.
unblocked from Hulk Hogan. I remember where Hogan did that block him. Like, I wonder why Hogan blocked him.
Racist Hogan blocked Tommy.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
Oh my God, this one has 50,000 views. Chickens are awesome.
Oh, hey, you learned how to do that. It was just the other one that learned how to do that. You know how to do that now? Huh?
Oh my, that does not deserve that amount of views. The only reason it does is because of the chickens, not because of him. Like anything else is like, it's just above 1,000, subpar 1,000. Things are taking place, got 2. He only really gets a bunch of views on his shorts now. Like, let's go back to his live. Actually, his podcast. No, his live. Yeah, his live views. His podcast doesn't do great. These are almost like my numbers, almost like. If I get 140, I'm pretty happy, you know.
So am I. I'm
But
lucky if I get 50 in a night.
But like 66, that's about as much average what I get for a gameplay video nowadays. Like I'll be happy. I'm ecstatic if it breaks over 100 views. But he barely breaks. Like there's only a couple times he breaks 200. Like he has 100K subs and he can't. And he has a consistent show. That's the only thing he does is this show and those shorts. And I don't know how recent those shorts are either, unless you. These are the latest ones, but let's see. No, if I clicked on this, is it going to tell you when this was posted?
The short, I don't remember if they do. They should. It should tell you on his channel when he uploaded it.
Well, let's.
It should say like everything else: a week ago, a month ago, 2 days ago.
No,
You know?
no. Right here, no.
No, really? Wow.
Yeah, look, because you can give a thumbs up. I still think it's stupid you can't see the down dislike counter. Yeah, you can get the thing where it could reveal it. Like, then what? Why? If you're gonna hide the dislike counter, then why even have the fucking button there? You know?
Yeah, that's a good question.
Like,
I cannot tell you.
yeah,
Well, you know why? I mean, you know why they did it is because they want people to feel better about themselves.
yeah, exactly. But they still want the chance to, if you don't like it, to hit the button, but you can't see how many disliked. You know?
You can on your back end.
Oh yeah, you could go in the studio and see how many people
But that's only
dislike
for the
it.
person who uploaded the video. Like the public
Yeah,
can't.
yeah, but there's apps or whatever that can reveal it. But yeah, I think we ran this horse dry. Or we got Bam in this chat still says, "Oh my God, that's bad," and he says, "But those numbers sucks for 100,000K channel." Yeah. You're not
He's right.
wrong.
Like I said, some of my stuff, I'm not saying it's all the time, but some of my streams will get almost as many views as his or more in a day.
Yeah.
And I have literally like not even 1% the amount of subs he has.
No, and what's the thing is, yeah, he's doing this show. I had to give him that he's doing his own podcast now. That he's doing something, but I honestly I don't really care about shorts. I feel like that's a cheap way for someone to get views and subs.
You can consider it cheap all you want, Casey, but the fact is they get views.
Yeah, but I feel like it's cheap. It's almost like cheating. It's like me using save states in video games. You know, like it's cheating. That's how I feel. Especially when you put like a 3 to 5 second clip and it's done immediately and it starts over, and then when it starts over, it clicks for another view. So I'm like, how many of that actually counts?
I don't know how
But
that
like,
works. If it keeps replaying, if every time it replays it counts as one view. I don't know if it works that way.
I don't know. I mean, you figure it should. I mean, definitely, if you're the person who made that and you're viewing your same count over and over and over, then that obviously shouldn't work. But no, if let's say I'm watching my channel, like if I view my video, it counts as one. And I think that should just count as one. Because if
I
I,
think the uploader is watching their own video, it shouldn't count as a view. Period.
I think it's okay. I think after that, that's different. Like I hit like on my channel, like anything that helps to get that number up the right way, I'm willing to do. But I don't want to do the route where people buys their subs.
Well, that's
Like,
breaking TOS. You get banned for that anyways if you get caught.
yeah, but I mean, there's definitely channels that
Now,
deserve for.
if you get sub botted legitimately, and your number, as long as your number isn't going up drastically in one
Yeah,
day, you won't, because you can't do anything about bots. But if you
no,
buy them, then that's your own problem.
yeah,
If you
exactly.
get botted naturally, you can't do anything about it as long as you can prove you didn't do it.
But I mean, we all know why Tommy got 100,000 subs. I mean, or if you hadn't been watching Cronin for a while and followed Tommy, then
Yeah,
maybe
he
you
was
don't.
trying to Cronin.
Yeah,
He was trying to Cronin.
but like Cronin gave them the. I think it was something like, was it Keemstar that take a shot at Tommy and he had to, like, it affected him? I think that's what it was,
No,
right?
it was Leafy. That fucking Leafy is here loser.
Yeah,
He doesn't do YouTube anymore.
but
Leafy is no longer here. Good.
it affected him badly that he talked to Cronin, and Cronin's like, make that a video. It'll go viral, and it did. And that's where he got his 100,000 subs. And he, granted, there's some things Tommy did that I'll never do. Like, I'll never get on MTV.
He only
And
got all of that though, that treatment, because of his freaking subscriber count. He got that play button, that silver play button, and it don't mean shit because he's got a dead fucking channel. He only got an MTV because they thought he was a fucking YouTube star when he's not.
I mean, he went on Tosh.0 because of that. But
That's it, right?
before he,
Because they thought he was a fucking YouTube star.
but before he even broke 100,000 subs, he was on MTV beforehand when I think he was still in high school, wasn't he? Like, or something like that.
I don't know. He
Like,
must have paid good money to get on MTV then.
well, I mean, I don't know. I've seen clips of it where they were following him in high school, and he was also still dressed as the way he dressed in a suit and everything. But and he was trying to follow a friend to be a girlfriend. But I mean, I have to give him props. I'll never get on MTV, and I know that for sure. I mean, I would love to get someone like some couple of the people he had, like Eugene and Arch. I think he said our truth, but I mean, the only reason he got them is because his sub count.
Yep. Bam already said all that in the chat earlier.
Oh, did he?
Yes, sir.
But I mean, I don't think the interview was bad. Cringe, yes. Hokey, yes, and there was ass kissing, yes. But Tommy, like I said, he gave a good statement to him that I applaud him about. Then also, I think there were several good questions, but there's a couple times Nick was cringe too. Like when he was like, he gave the generic question, "Who's your Mount Rushmore of wrestlers?" I'm like, God, can you figure something original, like, or something better than your top 4 wrestlers?
Well, let's be real. It's a wrestling interview. He's interviewing a wrestler. What other question when the wrestler doesn't know anything about this person? What kind of question you going to ask the guy? I don't blame Eugene for asking that kind of a question.
I just figure at least like a little bit more thought out question.
So, look, Casey, if you were interviewing, let's say, maybe not John Cena, but let's say, I don't know, you got lucky enough to interview somebody from WWE, like on the lower
Yeah,
mid
look,
card, like let's say JD McDonough, for example.
yeah,
You're gonna want him to ask you, "Hey Casey, what's your favorite video game?" Is that what you'd be expecting when he doesn't know shit about you?
that's a good. I guess that's a good point. That's a good point. Because to me, when someone asks me what's my favorite video game, that's very hard because like I'm more like it's easier if they ask me if I'm into more retro or more modern. I mean, I can easily say I'm more into retro. Like I I do play modern, but if you're gonna catch me playing something, it's more likely gonna be retro. And if you narrow down the playing field to what's system, then I'll say, okay, maybe this game. But there's so much games out there, it's hard to say, oh, this is my hands down my favorite, unless like I can't really answer that question.
Right, but I'm saying if you're interviewing somebody and that person obviously doesn't know who you are, don't know anything about you, they're going to ask you a question that pertains to that topic. So it's probably going to be something that generic.
Yeah, that's a good point.
That's what I'm saying. You can't expect somebody like Eugene to ask Tommy, something like, "Oh, what's your favorite movie?" or "What's the, or what's your what's your favorite place you've ever been to in the world?" Like something random like that. It's usually going to be on the topic of what the fucking discussion is. Of what the interview topic was.
That's a great point. I mean, I just thought maybe you should have asked a better question, but because when he said your top 4, your Mount Rushmore, I felt like, oh my god, I want to throw up.
I knew Tommy's answer was going to be cringe. Like, who the fuck did he name?
That's good.
I already fucking forgot his fucking 4 picks. I think I only agreed with one of them.
I think one
The
of
Undertaker. I think the other one I agreed with that he mentioned.
Goldberg, Sting.
Sting deserves it, definitely.
Yeah.
The Undertaker definitely deserves it.
Undertaker. God, who else?
I don't think Goldberg deserves it, to be honest with you.
Oh, Danhausen.
Danhausen. Yeah, fuck him.
No, I wouldn't say fuck Danhausen, but it's like Nick Dismore said. That's probably the only time anyone ever used Danhausen on Mount Rushmore pick ever, and that's like I said, I like Danhausen, and I'm a big fan of Orange Cassidy. There's a lot of hate for Orange Cassidy because his gimmick. And I can understand if that's all he does, but where he does the lazy stuff, but he eventually when people underestimates him and he starts, really wrestling, he does some amazing stuff. He does amazing stuff with his hands in his pockets. Like he'll do drop kick with his hands in his pockets. Like how the fuck do you do that?
One thing I don't like that Orange Cassidy does is the fucking lazy fucking kicks that he does.
Well,
That's the hokiest shit I've ever seen in a wrestling ring.
I think it's. See, for me, I kind of like it where people interact with it. They're like, like it's actually affecting them. And sometimes the wrestlers will act if it's really affected them. But it's kind of like God, what's his fucking name? Who does the act like his penis is like a grappling?
Joey Janela.
No, the guy that was he was in TNA, but he did the
Oh no, not Joey Janela. You're right, Joey Ryan. That guy.
Joey Ryan, yeah.
I knew it was Joey. I got them mixed up.
Yeah, when someone grabs his crotch and they're like acting
What did he call it? The penis plex?
Yeah, the penis, like where doesn't it like his penis would either do like a test of strength where they weaken down, or they do like a suplex with his penis. Like
Yeah, it's like the person has to grab his penis and then he freaking like thrusts his body in one direction and the guy works with it, like throws himself across the ring.
Yeah, like, and see the thing is, it's like it
And I can
doesn't
tell you
stop.
right now, you couldn't pay me any amount of money to be willing to grab another guy's dick and throw myself across the fucking ring.
Yeah, it's not like just men doing that. Women was doing that, and then eventually that whole Me Too movement in wrestling happened, and he was, of course, on there. Like, well, duh. I mean, look at his fucking gimmick. They grab him by his fucking dick, and like some of them willingly doing that. So,
The only funny thing that ever came out of the Joey Ryan thing was when they put on the all-in pay-per-view to see if they could sell out 10,000 seats, which is what pretty much gave birth to AEW. And he was in that match, and all these people came out dressed as giant freaking penises, carried him out backstage, and everybody started chanting, "Rest in penis." I fucking laughed my ass off at that. That's literally the funniest thing. That was the only funny moment that's ever come out of the whole Joey Ryan thing.
yeah, the rest of it's like, and it doesn't shock me that he was tied in that Me Too movement. So it was like there's other people like, God, what's that guy name who was from England that he was part of the Bullet Club, but got Me Too'd. But even though he's from England, the woman that he dated was of legal age in the UK. That was 17. In the UK, that's legal.
It may be legal, but if you couldn't get somebody closer to your own age, you probably shouldn't be dating a teenager, regardless of
I
legality.
agree. I'm not going to say I approve of it. I'm just saying, technically, in the country he lives in, that's not illegal.
Right, but I'm still saying it's still fucking morally wrong.
No, I agree, because I feel like I agree 100%. That's why for me nowadays, like I'm trying to find women Like I'm gonna have them in my age range, and that's like I'm preferring at least someone in their 30s because I feel like if I go for someone who's 29 and younger, I feel like that's a little too like one. I don't think I have a shot with someone 29 and younger.
I will admit that I would go no lower than 21 because at least 21 is a fully fledged adult who doesn't
Yes.
have restrictions on her, you know.
Hmm.
But like dating an 18-year-old, even though it's legal, she still has restrictions. Technically, can't buy
Yeah.
cigarettes, can't drink. You know,
Hmm.
I mean, I don't do those things either, but it's just the point that why would you want to date somebody who doesn't have fucking full access to their rights because of their age?
Oh, well, look at Boogie, man. Like that
Boogie
whole
just doesn't
topic.
care. Like that fucking guy has fallen so far fucking down. I don't even know how he still has the YouTube following that he has. To be honest with you,
I don't think Boogie's that bad of a guy. I just feel like he's
no, he's only admitted to committing felonies. That's all. Hiring fucking
well.
prostitutes.
I mean, prostitute. I'm like, honestly, I'm like, is that really a bad thing?
It's
But
against the law. It's a fucking felony. Of course, it's a bad thing. I mean, I believe that a woman should be allowed to sell her body and do that. That should be legal
yes,
and whatnot. But right now, it's not. So it's considered a felony. So yes, it's wrong.
no, it's wrong. I mean, legally it's wrong. To me, I'm like it's not really hurting anyone. It's helping both ends, but it's.
Right, and that's
I,
why I
I
said
think,
I don't think that it should be illegal because the woman should be allowed to do whatever she wants with her body.
and I
That's my
think the only reason it's not legal is probably because they can't tax it.
right. Because the
Because
government's got to have their hand in your pockets every way possible.
yeah, like that's why it took a while for the wacky tobacco to be legal because uh, one they want like I'm more about it, more okay with it nowadays because like I if people at least treat it like alcohol, if they stay home and or place doing it, fine. Just don't drive under the influence. I don't care if you're getting high at home or, but if you're outside that door, you should not be high anymore because definitely not driving.
Oh, they put a
But
dispensary, Casey, like 4 miles, not even, probably about 4 miles from my house. I'm not.
what?
I said they put a dispensary about 4 miles from my house.
God, I could throw a fucking rock and hit a dispensary. There's so many dispensaries around here that I swear, like, how could anyone make a profit around here when they have so much competition? It's
And you know where
like
the
there's
dispensary is? I think it's a very bad spot for it because I don't think it should be allowed to be where it's sitting.
oh, didn't you tell me it's like across the school or something?
No, I mean it's not far from one. It's probably about a mile and a half away from a school.
Or across from the church?
There's also a church. There's also a church in the vicinity. A couple of them actually, but it's
Okay.
literally right across the street from the McDonald's.
Oh, well, think about it. It's a win-win. You go get your. I don't want to say it because I don't know if it's gonna hurt us. So I'll say wacky tobacco, and and then you can go to Mickey D's and get for your munchies.
Yeah, but
But
I don't think it should be right across the street from a place where a lot of kids go to.
yeah, true. That's a good point. I mean, does kids even still go on those? I assume they still do go to the kitty place, whatever they call it. Like I never go in anymore. I go through the drive-through at McDonald's. The only reason I go in McDonald's is if I'm on the road, like I'm traveling, and like I'm getting hungry, and the person who wants to if I'm traveling with someone and they want to sit down and eat, that's the only time I would go into McDonald's. So, but but I but like I said, like there's one area that had 3 dispensaries inside a block. I'm talking about there's a strip mall. There's 2 of them right there. And outside the strip mall that used to be a gas station is now a dispensary. So I was
Yeah,
like,
all they're missing
yeah,
is a strip club.
yeah. So I'm like, hold on. Like, how's there anyone making any money? Of one, you have to pay for your rent, and like let's say if someone doesn't like your wacky tobacco, you go to the next person just the down the sidewalk. Like it's to the point where it used to be here, like you could throw a rock and hit a fucking vape store. It seems like all the vape stores are now dispensaries. Or they're slash vape stores because vape is still a thing around here.
Right.
But I don't even. How the fuck did we get to that point? I mean, I'm.
You brought it up. I didn't.
I don't remember how we talked, like, how we got to this because I'm like, I get to. I'll be focusing on one subject, and I say, see that, I'm like, ooh, I want to talk about that, and I forget.
Casey, you
Well,
are a mystery.
I guess it's like they say, like on Frank's channel, like have a squirrel moment. Like, ooh, squirrel. I'm filled of those, but hey, I was thinking if I didn't have much to talk about, but it has some cool things if you want to look. And I actually got me a new console yesterday.
All right, let's go for it.
I got a Neo Geo CD console now.
Really?
Yeah, it was only $200,
That's all.
and I
It says.
I got 2 games. I got 2 King of Fighter games. I got King of Fighters 94 and 95. So those are the
The
only
only
2
King of
games I
Fighters
got.
game I can remember playing was King of Fighters like 2013 or whatever. Whatever
Mhm.
one came out in 2013.
So those are the only 2 I got, but I got a couple more coming in from eBay. But what show you something cool? I'm gonna bring me up. So these are Australian NES unlicensed games, and they're actually in their cases. The cases are like
Yeah, I
they're
heard you when I was came in. I popped into your stream earlier today. When I told you I was going to go watch Backlash, I heard you talking about Australian NES games or something.
yeah. Well, this one is in their cases, and they're like Disney VHS cases. That's how they feel, and they almost look like it. You know what I mean?
Right? Yeah.
And this one is a 4-pack. This has Pac-Man, Sidewinder, Duck Maze, and a Follow on this one. Um, what's the unlicensed game? They have a weird lip. If you've seen little Red Hood for AVGN, you would seen this type of cartridge before.
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
It has the lip, so where you take a NES game and you plop it on here, so you
Oh,
can.
that it'll read it. Yeah. To bypass the
Yeah,
lockout chip.
exactly. But here's the thing: if you have the top loader, because the top loader doesn't have the lockout chip, you don't need to do that. It just plays as it is.
Speaking of top loader and the cartridge and the NES and whatnot, do you have that Aladdin deck enhancer thing or no? I don't remember if you do.
Yes, I do. I have all the games for it, and they're all sealed.
I probably wouldn't open that, to be honest with you.
I wouldn't either, but the problem is, could probably unseal them because I think there was a shipment of them found, and I think it flooded the market. But I'm gonna keep mine sealed.
I wanted to get one just for the meme because AVGN reviewed it and he fucking hated it.
Well, do you have a original NES console?
I do.
I assume you. Okay, because they're saying the top loader won't work with it. So I don't have original NES. I was thinking of buying one today, but I decided not to. I probably will eventually again. But I I was actually thinking about the Aladdin deck enhancer, and um, I want to try it. But most of the games that are on it has also been released before on the NES. I mean, I think there's like one or two games that are not on there. So, but I'm most likely going to keep them just sealed. But like my deck enhancer is almost coming undone from it's sealed. But I don't know. But I think it'd be funny to do an episode. I'm probably gonna at least do the total fun pack with the 4 games. And I might do that tomorrow. Um, and then when I'm done, I will show people how crazy this thing looks like when if you had to put a cartridge in there, how tall the thing would look. I think it'd be hilarious because I have the adapter for my Retro Freak that plays Sega SG-1000 games and Sega Mark III games, and how tall the fucking thing looks. I had to put it in the video. I thought it was hilarious. It's kind of like how you put the Sega 32X in, and then you put the Game Genie on top of that, and then you can put like uh Sonic and Knuckles on top of that, and then put Sonic and 3. How tall that thing is.
Yeah, right.
But yeah, even though it wouldn't work because um, maybe it would work. Yeah, I think that's the only way it works. Once you try to put like I think that would work with all the way up that, but some people would try to put the Master System adapter in there, and then that's where it won't work because the 32X doesn't recognize the Master System in. But let's go ahead and wrap this bitch up. We're almost heading to 4 hours, and look like Dukas is almost wants me to walk him.
Again.
But yeah, I mean, he's an older dog nowadays, so. But you want to go ahead and shout out your bullshit, and I'll shout out mine, and I'll call it a night.
Well, currently on my end of this simulcast, I am playing Pokemon Yellow Legacy, which is a Pokemon Yellow ROM hack that was made by the same development team who made the Pokemon Crystal Legacy ROM hack. This one is a rework, kind of like a remaster of Pokemon Yellow. The game was rebalanced and reworked, and it's got features in it from the games that came after it that weren't obviously in it. It's pretty fun so far. I've been enjoying the rebalance and the rework of the game. Tomorrow night. Oh, I got a new streaming schedule. I'm actually going to be on a schedule now where I'm only going to stream certain days of the week
Oh
instead
yeah.
of whatever I feel like it. Because lately I've been having a hard time deciding what games I want to play,
Yeah.
and then I'm just like throwing something out there and it's not doing all that well. So from now on, starting today, I'll only be streaming on Saturdays, Mondays, Wednesdays, and Thursdays. So I'll be taking Sundays, Tuesdays, and Fridays off.
What about Less Than Serious?
Less Than Serious will still be every other Sunday.
Okay.
I've worked this out with my lady friend, and she was the one who helped me come up with the schedule.
Well, hey, if it works out, I mean, that's what you need to do, you know?
Yeah,
Like,
she helped me come up with the schedule. She says that it would overall be better for my health, and she's not wrong. Because I've been trying pretty hard lately to be a streamer and make content and get content out there. And like I said, a few times in the last couple of weeks, I've been having a hard time just trying to figure out sometimes what game I want to play.
well, I mean, you just got to do, like, right now, like, we're not getting any money out of this. I mean, you're getting a little
I
bit
am
for
on
Twitch,
Twitch. Yeah, I'm actually going to get paid from Twitch next week.
but on YouTube end, we're not getting paid here. But, like, they say we are, but we ain't, you know?
Well, no, we're not, but I know on Twitch I am. That's why I've been trying so hard lately.
Yeah.
And I've
But I
ended up
look
getting headaches, and like I said, I've been struggling to pick a game to play a few times lately. So yeah, Sosi helped me, come up with the schedule that I'm actually liking, and it sounds good. And I think I won't have that struggling problem anymore to decide what game to play. Obviously, Mondays will obviously be Forza Horizon with her, and then Wednesdays I can do whatever. Thursday I'm going to do the Crew Motor Fest for now until I finish that. And then Saturday, I'll be streaming with you, and I'll be playing whatever I want to play on a Saturday. That isn't very story heavy because I won't need to, I could just sit here and play a game that I won't really have to focus much on what I'm doing.
Yeah. Well, on my end, I like to officially announce that I am officially sponsored by Dude Wipes. It's officially the butt wipes of Casey is Raw.
Oh, yeah.
Yep. See, you can see it right there. It says officially butt wipes of Casey is Raw. I mean, that is hands down not like that's legit. I mean, how could you fake that, you know?
Do I need to call them and cross reference?
No. I, I got a code for people. If you want to go to dudeswipes.com/Casey is Raw, if you put that in there and then you put as the Casey is Raw as your code, you can buy one and get two free.
Yeah. Okay.
What?
No one's gonna believe that.
No, what do you mean, believe? It's real. I mean, look at the product right there. I mean, like I said, I mean,
Buy one. No one's gonna give out a promotion for anything where it's buy one get two free.
Well,
you're
I
lucky.
mean,
You're lucky if a sponsor gives out a promo code for 10% off, and you're over here trying to convince people they're gonna give you 2 packages of butt wipes for free.
Yes.
Just for buying one.
I mean, look at that. It has my label. It has my logo. We worked out a deal. If they're putting my logo on Dude Wipes. Currently, we're sponsoring out the Mint Chills brand. This one right here. So, I mean, this one comes with dirty flushable wipes.
Wait. They come already dirty? What's the point?
Well, I didn't say that, but
You just said they come with dirty, flushable wipes.
Oh, 30, the number 30. Not 30. So, you're gonna get me in trouble with my first sponsorship, and I want to have to take you down. So I'm getting good money here, so don't fuck this up for me. All right. Like, if you fuck this up for me, I'll fuck you up for
You're more than welcome to try.
it. With my sponsorship out of the way,
The
let's go ahead.
that you buy one pack of Dude wipes and you'll be lucky if you get the other two for 10% off.
No, you get 2 for free.
Yeah, sure.
If you put Casey is Raw as in the code.
Mm-hmm.
So, but I've been doing some arcade gameplay streams. Seems like some people like that. I'm doing some video game streams too with my hacked Nintendo Famicom Mini. Right, actually, right here. This is the thumbnail for that one. I did a Asian version of Legend of Zelda 2, The Adventure of Link. I did pretty bad on it.
No surprise there.
It's pretty hard. I mean, especially for the first stage, it's outrageous. This is when I was playing Cadence of Hyrule, Crypt of the Necro Dancer.
Whoa! Watch your mouth, mister.
Well, I'll try to say it right. I didn't say the N word.
You came pretty damn close.
I played a Super Mario Bros. 2, the Asian version, on my actually it was funny. I had to play this on my Retro Freak. I had to use an adapter to play it because when I was playing this through my in Classic, I was having a glitch. And it was having a couple glitches, like where when Mario was trying to pull up the vegetable or even the enemies or anything, it would become invisible and won't do anything. So I also tried to see how far I would get in the level, and at one point it was unplayable because it seems like you could get through it, and then suddenly the waterfall, you couldn't get past it. But I had to use the Retro Freak with an adapter to get past it. But and I have a Sega SG-1000 gameplay of Zaxxon.
And I've heard of Zaxxon. I just don't remember what it is offhand.
It's a arcade game where it's a 3D shooter. You gotta go up and down, avoid walls and enemies with the height where your jet is. But at the very end, I showed something very interesting. I had Zaxxon, the board game. I'm like, how? I'm like I remember I had it and I played it. It's like, you know what? I gotta tie that into the board game and show. And like, I'm like, what's like? I knew there were video game board games out there. Like I know, especially because of the AVGN did the one with the board games with Super Mario Bros. The board game, and then Legend of Zelda,
Street Fighter 1.
Yeah, Tetris.
Tell you what, those are some fucking horrible board game ideas. I don't know about you, but those don't sound like very good board game ideas.
Yes, exactly. I was like, maybe Mario Bros. Or Zelda. I mean, Zelda, I think, was probably the best one out of them. But Tetris is stupid because what's going to stop you from cheating? Like, it's not like, oh, I accidentally not put this piece in that place. Like, like plus, like, I guess you could. I think there's a spinner, so it would randomly choose your next piece.
And
But like,
then you get to throw pieces at your opponent's board. So what's stopping you from just being like, oh, I got a piece I don't want here, it's yours.
yeah, so it's weird. Like, it's a bad idea. Like Super Mario Bros. One, you play as Mario, obviously, but the second player plays with the same game piece too. So, like, the object is obviously to get to the end of the level, but I guess the person who gets to the end of the level.
Wins.
So, like,
So it just comes down to a counting game where it all depends on who gets the higher number every time it's their turn.
yeah. Well, and not only I got Zax on the board game, I had Miss Pac-Man the board game. So, like, I actually should buy some more of those board games because I think they're interesting. I used to like having board games, but when I moved from Pennsylvania down here, I got rid of all my board games because one, like, who's going to want? Like, I didn't have anyone except my mom. Like, we're not going to play board games, and like, yeah, maybe in a
You play
relationship,
board games, all right. You play boring games, maybe.
boring game. Oh, it could be boring games, but uh,
You know what, Casey? Look up a YouTube channel. I'm going to tell you named Ashens, ASHES.
hold on,
He
hold
has a
on,
whole playlist of board games,
hold on.
some
How you
video
spell
games.
that?
It's ASHENS. I probably
What?
just sent you
E
the
E N S?
ASHENS.
Yeah.
I'll probably just send you the playlist to
Oh,
all the board
on
games he's done.
Ashton, where he has. Is it the actor?
No, he reviews products on a brown falling apart couch.
Yeah, I think that's guy's an actor. He reviews products. Yeah, I've
He's
said to him.
he's a part-time comedian, and he's made 3 direct to YouTube movies based on video
Yeah,
games. But yeah,
I
he's got a playlist of all board games mostly related to video games. You should check some of those out. He's got 2 different Tetris ones. He's got a pole position one.
oh my
Donkey Kong,
god,
the Donkey Kong arcade. He's got the board game of that.
that's funny.
There's a couple other video game ones too. He's got a Pac-Man and a Miss Pac-Man one.
Tetris, the board game.
He's got 2 different Tetris ones.
Highlander, the board game. Donkey Kong, the board game. Oh wow, yes. I
Yeah,
am
look up
glad.
those videos. Him and Guru Larry, Larry
Yeah,
Bundy Jr. played them together.
yeah.
I
Oh
like
my.
watching those. I even go back and watch them sometimes because they're just that enjoyable.
Oh my god. Batman 89, the board game. What the fuck? Yes, I'm definitely gonna do that. There's so many right there. It's hilarious. That is brilliant. Well, this dude, Oliver Harper, does Batman the board game. That's hilarious. Yes, I will definitely check that out. I appreciate you bringing that up.
Yeah, I thought
Oh,
like I said, I
oh
like
my
watching
god.
them, so.
No one got to see that. I had it up on screen, and I had the Sega SG-1000 blocked it the whole time. Oh God, I'm sorry, guys. How much a fail is that? Oh, I guess I can bring it up, but it's already done. But I'm definitely gonna check that out. I think that was brilliant idea. But dude, we're hitting the 4 hour mark. So this was a blast. It was fun. I didn't think we would reach this. I thought we were gonna have an hour and that was it. Especially after just reviewing Backlash. But when like I said, when I saw Ken show and Tommy said he interviewed Eugene, it's like, oh we gotta review that. So I might review his other ones in the future.
You have fun with
that. So I guess you're out for the future ones.
If you're gonna do them on Saturday as Raw, I guess I'll have to be here for them. But otherwise, no. Please don't.
Well, I just find something cool and different, because we're putting our 2 cents in. It's not like we straight up just copied and pasted it. So, but I don't care if people did that to us. People do that all the time, but it's whatever. But let's go ahead and I'll wrap this up for the night. So
yeah, let's do it.
So I'm gonna hit the outro. So if you want to meet myself on there, if you want to, but I'm gonna hit the outro and we're out. So for the Rose, I'm Casey is Raw, and thanks for watching Saturday is Raw Part 2 for the night, and we'll catch your ass later. So I had to stop myself from saying your line.
You came pretty close to it anyway.
Yeah, exactly. But I'll see you guys later. You guys have a good night.
Adios, fuckers.